With your permission, I should like to start the second day of our seminar in Bratislava. And in the beginning, I should like to have your support in order to express our thanks for the symbolic visit paid yesterday in the evening at the Jan Kuciak monument in Bratislava. And also I should like to express our gratitude for the hosts, the Slovak Economical and Social Council, who offered us a very pleasant evening and a dinner at the Kozo restaurant. Thank you very much. And if you find resources to have a round of applause on their behalf, maybe it's a good moment. Thank you so much. We shall have today an introductory speech from my side, then we shall have a guest, Karin Soymos from the Jan Kuciak Investigative Center, and also we shall have two panels, and I hope all these discussions will meet your expectations and you shall leave this place enriched with some ideas and new experience. I will start bluntly telling you that communication is mainly about telling and selling some stories. And I will start, with your permission, with a very real and present story about one of our partners in Serbia. And I have in mind our co-chair of the Joint Consultative Committee, EU-Serbia, Mr. Boško Savković, which is the SecGen of the Serbian Employers Association, and also a lawyer and also a movie director with 2 awards in Cannes for documentary movies, who, unfortunately, in June this year, has been jailed by the Serbian authorities because he participated in a protest against the political power in Serbia. We have been asked to defend his position, and we, myself, Mr. Robke, we have steadily involved in these developments. On Sunday, the 5th of June, he received the sentence of 30 days in jail, and because we have made some connections with the embassies and some pressures, the decision has been exchanged, the sentence was exchanged into 6 months with probation. But it's about a lesson to be learned from a country which is a candidate country and which is facing a lot of turbulences. I have asked Boško Savković, which is a very good friend of mine, to send me at least one idea to be delivered in the Bratislava seminar. And I have a message from him, which is very powerful, taking into account both the Serbian reality and also our reality in the context of the European elections. So with your permission, I should like just to quote Boško Savković, and I believe we will find it very interesting also. Dear friends, also unknown, dear colleagues, the one who once became infected with the ideal of independent journalism never found a cure for that infection. I don't have to know you personally, but I'm sure we have the same views on the world around us, about politics and politicians, to the frauds and manipulations of those in power, as well as the ambitions of those who want to take their places. However, the way politicians will lead a society depends only on the citizens who give them their approval and vote during the election day. And how the citizens will vote and whether they will go to the elections in the first place depends, to the greatest extent, on the information they received from the media. That is why the responsibility of media workers for democracy is far greater than the responsibility of other professions. I currently live in Serbia, a country where free and independent media almost do not exist. We have 2 cable TV stations without national frequency, 2 daily newspapers that can hardly buy in half of the country, a few research portals are all that is left of independent journalism in Serbia. Everything else is propaganda machine and a factory of lies or half-truths of the ruling regime. A regime that usurped all the institutions of a society and turned itself into an autocracy that floats between Russia and the European Union. However, we all, as independent media workers, are fighting for the voice of truth and reason to reach every citizen of Serbia before the elections scheduled for December 17th. We fight in public forums, we fight through social networks, we fight by talking to our neighbors at the market and the store. We fight with our name and authority against fake news. We are fighting side by side with our actors, directors, professors, academics, writers who have gathered around the informal association pro-glass and pro-vote, and we are fighting by traveling with them around Serbia and spreading the word about it that hope is not lost. They explain to the residents that they must go to the elections and that the chance already exists. When our public figures are not allowed by the local authorities to enter the theater, the house of culture, or some kind of restaurant, they speak on the streets, in the rain, in the snow. The task of independent media is only to report what they have said. And all they say is one thing: go to the elections, leave apathy at home, and take your freedom into your own hands, and vote however you like for any of the options offered. Only on that day, there must be as many of us as possible on the polling place. The more students who don't even know that they have the right to vote, the more idealist students who would flee the country somewhere in the West, crying housewives, grandparents, whose grandchildren already left the country. I deeply hope that our votes will change Belgrade and some larger cities in Serbia on December 17th. I also hope that on December 18th, we will be able to defend that change from the usurpers of power. I hope, dear colleagues, that next year you will succeed in motivating as many Slovaks as possible to vote for the European elections and the European Parliament. Quality is hidden in large numbers. A large number of voters really speaks to what the people of a country want as their future. And don't forget, politicians run politics, and the freedom media is a character of every government. Politicians are quick to forget the favors that the independent media have done for them. They only remember the blows we give them right. This was a message from Boško Savković. Sent it to me 2 days ago. Last week in Belgrade, we had a common press conference promoting the European values, and also we had our JCC EU-Serbia. It's a huge concern over there because they are believing that the actual power will generate huge tensions on the streets in order not to offer the opposition the possibility to win in Belgrade. And if we are having in mind the military development on the border with Kosovo, under the Russian influence, we shall speak about it a little bit later, the potential of a blow-up Serbia and also blow-up in Western Balkans is next to the door. Thank you for paying attention to this message. And I should like to kindly ask for your patience in order to listen to me for some formal messages now. But I should like to ask you to follow closely what is going to be happening in Serbia in the next weeks, because there are lessons to be learned and also values to be defended. Dear colleagues, welcome back to the second day of our Connecting EU 22-23 seminar, which this year has a title that contains the questions: European elections next year, why vote? Does peace within the EU borders, peace that we have preserved since the EU was founded, matter? I'm sure nobody can disagree with that. Do social rights for all and the policy of leaving nobody behind matter? I think we can all agree on that too. Does the freedom to work, live and study in any EU state matter? How about fighting against climate change and all protection for our environment? I could go on these kind of topics for hours and list a lot of things that matter and that the EU has been doing to improve the citizens' lives. And yet so many people fail to turn up their living polling stations on the day they are supposed to vote for Europe. They will come up with all sorts of excuses for that. They will tell you decisions taken by the European level have nothing to do with them directly, so why should they bother? They will tell you that they have no idea who they should possibly vote for or what exactly the EU does, so why should they bother? They will tell you that Europe is a bunch of bureaucrats sitting in Brussels and deciding on the shape of cucumbers or bananas, so why should they bother? Or they will tell you that their vote cannot possibly change anything anyway, so why should they bother? Or they will tell you that they just can't be bothered, simply as that. But I shall tell you why we all should bother about participating in a democratic process and about choosing people who will represent our interests when political decisions are made. Because it is a privilege that should not be taken lightly. Because our democratic freedoms, such as the right to vote, are not set in stone. Without our active participation and involvement, they are not guaranteed, neither for us, neither for our followers. Because it is a right that many before us fought tirelessly to secure. I will, with your permission, offer some examples from the history. The Afro-American people fought hard to get the right to vote. In the United States, as late as in the 60s, in some states, people still had to pay a poll tax or pass 20 pages long literacy test just to be able to vote. But most poor were unable to pay the tax, and so they could not vote, which was especially hard on these selected people. Women fought hard to get the right to vote. You have all heard about suffragette, a movement which, at the turn of the 20th century, fought to secure vote for women. Doesn't it seem unbelievable and even outrageous that in some European countries, this right was fully enjoyed by women only as late in the 70s? As for local elections, women from the Swiss canton gained the right only 20 years later in 1991. But isn't it equally shocking that this right is still denied to millions of EU citizens simply because they have some sort of disability? A report published 4 years ago by the committee under the title "The Real Right of Persons with Disability to Vote in European Parliament Elections" revealed that not a single EU country was able to guarantee that the last round European elections would be fully accessible for the people with disabilities. Those who were not able to vote due to technical or organizational arrangements were counted in millions. For example, in 8 EU countries, you were not able to vote unless you were physically able to come to the voting booth. 18 member states could not guarantee to blind people they could vote without someone's additional help. Many of these barriers still remain today. But let's look into the present. So yes, we should bother and we should vote in the elections for Europe. And we should never take this privilege and this right for granted. The right to vote is a fundamental right and a cornerstone for the European democracy. I am not saying it is easy to promote the importance of the European cause, despite the material evidence of all the benefits it offers to its citizens. It is perhaps not easy to explain the sometimes complex process of decision-making at the EU level or some intricate legislative processes to explain the subsidiarity principle, for example, or know if it is or that policy is a national or EU competence. It is not also easy to explain the big words such as upward convergence, synergies, recovery and resilience facility, which may directly influence our lives in a good way, but sound so cryptic and technical that if you are not familiar with the complexities of the EU speak, you will also have no idea about what that means. And let's forget, it is not easy to fight against disinformation and the armies of trolls spreading lies. It is crucial to recognize the impact of false narratives on the integrity of elections and to teach people how to find accurate and reliable information in the jungle of fake news and half-truths. It is not easy to expose populists who appear like some divine intervention and promise the world to people. I have recently read a book about the lonely century by Norena Hertz, a best-selling economist and author. In the book, She argues that loneliness has become a defining condition in this century, increasing dependence on technology, replacing human interaction with online communication, prioritizing individualism over the communal good, over urbanization. All this has been steadily eroding social connections. Statistics say that loneliness is as bad for us as smoking 15 cigarettes a day, but apart from ruining our health, it also costs our economies billions a year. According to the book, loneliness is also a key driver behind political polarization. Extreme and far-right political movements are all too eager to step in and provide a sense of community and belonging. This is one of the reasons behind the rise of the far right in Europe. Also, the book says that we can, among other things, fight this through cultivation of a compassionate ethics towards our fellow citizens. I believe that through its social policies, through caring for the most vulnerable among us, through caring for our environment, the EU does exactly this thing. And this is why I believe that it is our duty as communicators, as civil society, to never tire out of spelling out what the EU does for us. I hope that today's panels will give you tips and tricks on how to best spell out the message about all the good that the EU does for the Europeans, which will hopefully encourage more people to vote next year in June. Today's first panel, Winning the Hearts and Minds of the European Voters, will try to highlight the do's and don'ts of the communicating about elections. We will hear about electoral campaigning in 3 member states where life for civil society organization has not been easy. It is about Poland, Hungary, and our host, Slovakia. In the second panel, Pitching for the Future, how to turn out young people, we would talk about how to encourage our young to vote and explain them the decision they will influence their lives tomorrow will be taken by politicians they elect today. So, to sum up, the European elections of the next year must be seen as an opportunity for our fellow citizens to shape their collective destiny, which is also our collective destiny. We need to keep reminding every citizen from all sides of life that they have the power to shape the future of our continent, that each vote will be a building block in the construction of a better Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention, and let me end with a quote from Václav Havel. When a truth is not given complete freedom, freedom is not complete. Please don't ever take your freedoms for granted. Thank you so much for your kind attention. With your permission, I should like now to invite a Slovak journalist, Karin Kovári-Sojmos, who has worked for the Investigative Center of Jan Kuciak since 2022. I hope many of you have joined us in our guided visit on the Jan Kuciak Center yesterday evening, which was founded as a response to the murder of the Slovak investigative journalist Jan Kuciak and his fiancée Martina Kushnirova in 2018. The center wants to continue Jan's work. Its mission is to continue exposing organized crime, corruption, and disinformation in Slovakia. Let me tell you that we have agreed yesterday in order to organize next February in our committee a momentum in order to preserve the legacy of Jan Kuciak and to speak about investigative journalism in Europe in the election context. It is my pleasure to invite you to speak about Russian propaganda in Slovakia and to enlighten us with your experience from this perspective. Please, you have the floor. Thank you so much.
Mr. Vice President, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Investigative Center of Jan Kuciak, I would like to firstly thank you for the opportunity to speak today about a matter of pressing concern, the issue of disinformation and Russian propaganda in our country, Slovakia. Our investigative center was established in 2018 after the tragic murder of our colleague, Slovak investigative journalist Jan Kuciak and his fiancée Martina Kushnirova. The tragedy shocked our society and marked a sad but important milestone for our country. like recognizing the need to strengthen investigative journalism based on evidence and facts, which strengthens the rule of law by exposing organized crime, corruption, and money laundering. In this spirit, our main goal at ICJK is to continue in the legacy and work of Jan. But it is not only the teeth of corruption and nepotism that can damage our countries and destroy the basic democratic principles on which they are built. And I think in this sense, the biggest wake-up call came in February 2022, when Russia attacked Ukraine. But the attacks were preceded by the occupation of Crimea and a massive long-term disinformation and Russian propaganda campaign, which has affected not only Ukraine for a long time, but also our region, and is literally flooding it. Slovakia, like many other countries of the European Union, has experienced the impact of Russian propaganda, which often seeks to exploit existing fault lines within our societies, creating divisions and eroding the foundations of trust. And what is the most important aspect and critical one, unfortunately finding an audience here, which is not surprising given the conspiracy mindset and pro-Russian sentiment of a large part of the Slovak society. At the beginning of 2022, we decided that it is necessary to strengthen our capacities in the investigation of disinformation and propaganda, and thus expand investigative work to include these topics, which proved crucial after the start of the Russian aggression against Ukraine and in uncovering the influence of pro-Russian disinformation in Slovakia. I think what makes the issue particularly challenging is the insidious nature of the propaganda. It is not just about spreading false information. It's about sowing seeds of doubt, fostering polarization, and creating an environment where the very notion of objective truth becomes elusive. And this is not only being used against us by foreign powers, but also by an increasing number of Slovak politicians too, who often legitimize the actors of the Slovak disinformation scene and the dangerous narratives they spread, including Russian propaganda. This also puts the critical, independent press at risk. Unfortunately, also because of the disinformation and conspiracy theories, public support for journalists after Jan's murder has disappeared in the last few years, not to mention the attacks against them, which have become even worse. At our investigative center, we believe that investigative journalism can and does play a major role in the fight against disinformation and propaganda. We believe it is no longer enough to point out and debunk false narratives, hoaxes, and disinformation. We need to map out the infrastructure and the channels of propaganda in order to counter it effectively. Our findings confirm this. We managed to expose the causes and those responsible for the publication of hoaxes and disinformation. We also uncovered part of the disinformation scene spreading Russian propaganda in Slovakia through a pro-Kremlin portal Newsfront, as well as the Slovak citizen behind the Slovak version. We also see the importance of cross-border cooperation in relation to this issue. Propaganda and coordinated disinformation campaigns know no borders, so our work should not be limited by geographical borders either. And please let me end by quoting the words of Jan Kuciak, which I think will always be relevant also on this topic. A conscious citizen is by definition a person who is difficult to manipulate, with a sober view of governance. His opinions are really his because he tries to construct them solely on the basis of facts. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you, Karin, for your strong speech. And thank you, Aurel, as well, for your very passionate speech, where I especially appreciated the strong message from the Serbian author, Boško Savković. And we are ready to start with the panel of this morning of this conference entitled European Elections 2024, Why Vote? My name is Eva Mihočková. I'm a journalist and I'm editor-in-chief of media website Foreign Policy operated by Slovak Foreign Policy Association. I'm also a member of Europe Direct Network here in Slovakia. Before I give the word to the panelists, let me tell you a little bit more what we will discuss today during this panel. We will talk about a really crucial topic, how to mobilize civil society around European elections, how to design really effective pre-election campaigns, where to invest your time and energy when you design such campaigns and you really want to be sure that you will reach out to the targeted audience that you really want to influence and you really want to boost the turnout during the European elections. So I believe that all the information that you will hear today from our respected panelists will be really helpful in this way for you. So I think that this is a good time to introduce the panelists that will talk to you today. We have with us Executive Director of We Move Europe, Laura Sullivan. Please come on the floor. Then we have sociologist and political scientist Małgorzata Molenda-Zdiech. Please come join me on the floor, on the stage. Then we have policy director at the international think tank Globsec, Dominika Hajdu. Welcome, ladies. And then we also have the co-chair of the Hungarian Helsinki Committee, Marta Pardavi. Please, ladies, join me on the stage. I'm really glad that we have such a ladies panel today to discuss these crucial issues, how to motivate people to come to the vote and to cast their ballot. But before we start with our discussion, I would like to invite Miroslav Hajnoš, member of the European Economic and Social Committee's Workers Group and member of the Slovak Confederation of Trade Unions, to give us a brief introduction to our panel. Mr. Hajnoš, please join us. Let me first say a few words about you to introduce you. Miroslav Hajnoš has a 10-year experience as a professional trade unionist expert. He's a specialist in European and international relations at the Slovak Confederation of Trade Unions. He has been a member of the European Economic and Social Committee since 2020 and has also worked with Eurofound since 2016. He's a specialist in digitization and marketing, and he gets much of the credit for organizing this event. So please take the floor, and Mr. Hajnoš will speak Slovak, so if you don't understand Slovak, please use your headphones.
Yeah, exactly. I would like to have the morning exercise, so I will speak Slovak as my president. But thank you very much for the floor. I like this kind of exercise.
Great. Hello. We are colleagues.
The same network.
This is probably the first time that I have a ladies panel. I'm so excited about it.
But nonetheless.
Yes. Hopefully. Hopefully.
So, gentlemen and ladies, vážené dámy a páni,
Ladies and gentlemen, members of our participations of our seminar, it's a great honor for me to have a word here on behalf of my working group. And I would like to pose a question to my panelists. Is it really a task of the civic society to mobilize our members? Yes, the answer is yes, because it is our task. Several information about data concerning the Eurofund. The participation of Europanel in 2016 was 45%. In 2019, it was 50%. If we have a look at how many people are organized within trade unions in Europe, it's more than 50 million. Our organization represents three employment organizations that are at the European level. It is almost 100 million people. If we look at the data from Eurofund, it is almost 20% people who are active in the third sector in Europe, which might be further 100 million people. So every fifth person is active in any associations or organizations, and at least once a month. Of course, these are great differences between, there are great differences between member states in all directions, but this spirit of collaboration is a pillar of European democracy. We need to be a part of something. My question for the panelists: what about these people who are not organized in any associations or organizations or employers groups? How to mobilize them to participate? But let's come back to Slovakia. In 2014. The participation in Slovakia was almost 13%, so 1 in 10 person casted their vote. Do you know how many members how many people are there in trade unions in Slovakia? These are 13%. So I definitely say that these are these people who casted their vote. Employers' organizations in Slovakia must open to the third sector. There must be better cooperation in order to support the participation in Euro elections. In member states, there are great organizations in trade unions, and also when these people are organized in employers' organizations, there is automatically higher turnout in elections. Our committee is representing different organizations, and these people are very active, and they mobilized the members in the European countries. In the European Parliament, there was the manifest published of 2024. This manifest was published into all languages, and we are working on the European level with this manifest, and we are going to transpose it to the national level. The organizations in different member states are going to mobilize their members. Is the task for us as the civic society to fulfill the role of political parties? Aren't the political parties those who should mobilize the members and motivate them, provide the incentive for them to go for voting? What about far-right members? They are very well organized in recent years, thanks to social networks, but the values they represent, it is the hate towards migrants, LGBT community and women. These are completely opposite values which we are standing for. So we as the civic society, we can fight against this movement which can change Europe. We must do it. And the third idea is the Institute of Disinformation and Hoaxes. Do you know what was the biggest disinformation campaign in the last 10 years? It was Brexit. Brexit was the campaign which was successful, and even far-right members understood that they don't want any exit. Member states were in certain association, but they do not want any exits because it is beneficial for them to be together. They want to base the European policy on their values. So they do not want to be regulated by Brussels. They have their own standpoints, and they are going to cast their votes with the idea of strong European confederation. Dear colleagues, 2024 European Parliament elections will be very important for us, whether it is going to be European Federation or European Confederation. There are two flows that you can join. Mobilized civil society may decide how Europe is going to look, what Europe is going to look like at the time of deficits and when there is key right policy perpetrated in member states. this is something what is happening in member states. So let's cast our votes, let's mobilize our members and keep our fingers crossed for ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you also for opening up some interesting talking points that our panelists may address in their speech during the panel that is just about to open. But you have already kicked off a few data at the beginning, a few statistics, and I will add a little bit more because I like to always look at the numbers to a little bit set the frame of our discussion. So I hope that on the screen you will soon hear a table depicting the turnout for the 2019 European Parliament elections. Here it is. It is, but you can see it also over here.
Okay, no, but
So the
for the public is
okay. So you know what? You can sit over here, and I will stand because I prefer standing. I really do. Okay. So look at these numbers depicting the turnout for 2019 European Parliament elections. It is broken down by countries. You will see Slovakia right there at the bottom, preceded by Slovenia, Czech Republic, and Croatia. Just to mention, Slovakia with slightly more than 22% is at the very bottom. It's the least turnout in the European Union, but maybe it might be interesting for you to hear that this is actually a very good result. This was a very good result for Slovakia because in 2014 the turnout was only 13%. So this is something like double result. Still, we know that this is very low and there must be done something about it. If you look at the turnout for the European Union as a whole, you can see that just slightly more than half of all Europeans voted in these elections. The optimists might say that more than 50% for the vote in the whole EU is not that bad. But when you compare this figure with recent figures in the national elections, you will see that it is still pretty low. For example, in this year's Polish national elections, the turnout was more than 74%. In Hungarian 2022 parliamentary elections, it was more than 69%. In German 2021 federal elections, the turnout was more than 76%. And almost 74% of French people voted in the first round of the last French presidential elections. And since we are in Slovakia, I would like to also use the example of the turnout in the recent parliamentary elections that were held here in Slovakia in September. The turnout was more than 68%. So that means it's 3 times more than in European elections in 2019. Well, can these disappointing numbers be changed, at least here in Slovakia? Well, we all hope that they can, but to achieve this goal, we will have to mobilize the people. So what is our ability to mobilize voters and how to do it, how to design an effective communication campaign? That is a topic for our first panelist, Laura Sullivan. Laura is a feminist activist and executive director of We Move Europe. She has been campaigning for social and environmental justice, not only in Europe, but all around the world. She was a campaign manager and regional director for Europe and the Americas for Action Aid International and vice president of the board of Europe's main global social justice network, Concord. Her current organization, We Move Europe, was set up in 2015. It is a digital campaigning organization with 1 million members in more than 30 countries. So, Laura, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Eva. This is working great. So thank you for that introduction. And I want to say what I said yesterday, which is it is a real privilege to be in this room with you. And I felt like starting on a note of power and privilege, because there's a tremendous amount of power in this room. I think one person said yesterday that we have 45 million members alone. And between you, probably around 90 million members. That is power. And it can be tapped or not tapped. It can be prioritized or not prioritized. On privilege, you know, walking here yesterday, I was thinking, I've never been to Bratislava, and it's a tremendous privilege to be here and all of this. But every time I come to an event like this, whether it's in Brussels or wherever it is, I feel like I have the privilege of collective sense-making, right? We sit in a room, we try to figure out what's at the root cause of everything that's going on. Not everybody in Europe has that privilege of collective sense-making. What's going on in Dublin this morning? I don't know yet. I've only listened to the BBC News. I haven't talked to anyone in Ireland. But it is something where every time something goes wrong, you can either think shit happens, or you can think that there's something underneath this. There are systems in place. And I sort of feel that in all of this, it is very important for us to be aware of the privilege that people don't have, the privilege of rooms that give you hope, like this one. Or the privilege of really trying to figure out what's going on. So I think you all have a role, and I have a role to play in bringing people into conversations as to why things are happening and why they're not happening, and to challenge the fear that's out there. So Eva already introduced me, but I want to add one element, which is that I started my career in Brussels in 2001-2 as an assistant in the European Parliament, and spent some time running away from dogs and very angry people in 2004 in the UK, when I'm from Ireland, but I worked for a member of the European Parliament from the UK. And at that time, people were very angry with the party I was working with, the Labour Party, because Gordon Brown was not very popular, and Tony Blair had previously just brought the UK into the war on Iraq. And so you can imagine what going around from house to house was like, saying, hey, would you like to vote for the European elections? By the way, I'm from the Labour Party. Not so good. But it meant that I learned a tremendous amount about how to communicate to people and how not to. And since then, with We Move Europe, which is the organisation I'm working with, we also have to communicate on a daily basis with the million people that we work with. And like, what is that? So what that is it's an online community of people who do anything from signing petitions, getting up and going to protests, doing Twitter storms, calling their MEP, writing letters to the European Commission, all kinds of actions trying to drive things, not just at the EU level, but also on issues that we call European stories around Europe. So it could be anything from, in the south of Spain, there's a park called Doñana. It's one of the most important wildlife areas in Spain and in Europe. It's where a lot of the birds that migrate south stop over on their way to Africa. But it's being destroyed by agribusiness strawberry producers that essentially want to move in on that natural park. So we work with people in Spain who connect with people all around Europe to try to shift that. It's just an example. In 2019, we worked on a big project around the European elections, essentially just to get the vote out. That's it. We're never going to tell you who to vote for, but we're going to say, look, there's a reason why you need to vote. And we'll get back to that question in a moment. But essentially, we learned a lot in 2019. We worked with a massive coalition of civil society, a network called The Europe We Want, which brings together all the sort of sectoral NGOs, from sort of European Women's Lobby to Greenpeace to European Anti-Poverty Network, etc. But then also all the digital organizations came together. And we came together way too late. In January 2019, we were 5 months off the elections. There wasn't so much we could do. We've already started now for the next one last November. And I want to bring you a sort of a top 10 tips of what we learned in that experience in 2019 in terms of trying to communicate on the elections and trying to basically convince people to get out and vote. So where I want to start is to start where people are. So when you say to people, Europe matters, there's about 17 different images going off in their heads, or many more, because Europe means many different things to many different people. So don't start with Europe. Start with the issues that people care about, right? So we connect with people around all kinds of issues of social, environmental justice. Start with that, and then connect back to, well, did you know that, if it's, for example, workers' rights, unless we can get, some decent leaders in place, that ain't going to happen in the next 5 years at European level. So get the sequencing of the messages right. Story, issue first, Europe, elections second. And I really know that unless you've got something with the urgency level of Brexit, you won't get people out on the street mobilizing to save Europe. It just hasn't happened except for that Brexit case. Secondly, don't harmonize your messages across 27 member states. It is 27 elections, and you need different messaging, country by country, and probably locality by locality. And so we made a big mistake in 2019. We spent endless hours, and also freelancers' hours, trying to come up with that perfect slogan to unite us all at European level. In the end, we had two. One was no to hate, yes to hope. But the German delegation didn't like that, so they went for Ein Europa für alle, One Europe for All. But the French were disgusted with One Europe for All and said, hang on a second, what about unity and diversity? So we just had loads of fights over what was that one slogan. Don't go there. You figure out your slogan locally and nationally. Number 3, know that people's bullshit radar is very high, and be real, right? So we can give people messages about how important all this is, but unless there's a story with it that connects with people's hearts and minds, it's going to fall flat. Number 4, don't insult people's intelligence, but also don't Eurobabble them to death, right? So watch out for your technical language, but also don't insult people's intelligence. So, for example, bring the Spitzenkandidaten to the Christmas or whatever religion you have dinner table is probably not a good idea, because first it will be Spitzen what, unless maybe you're in Germany. I shouldn't be jumping on Germany so much. Or Austria, for that matter. And even then, yeah. So number 5, I think you all get this in the room, and I don't have to even say this, but I think we have a tendency sometimes to reinforce the I instead of the we. So really push, we have made mistakes in really individualist messages that at the end of the day are just going to push people back to me, me, me. And that connects also to the question of citizens versus consumers. In 2019, when I would look on the websites of the various institutions about reasons to vote in the European elections, the top one, I think, was free roaming, which brings people, right, free roaming, which is, you know, pretty good, right? It's nice to be here and not have roaming charges. But if that's my number one reason for getting out to vote, then you're only seeing me as a consumer and not as a citizen. Can't pronounce that this morning. So really think about how you are, when you go to that Monty Python moment of, you know, what have the Romans ever done for us in this case, what have the Europeans ever done for us, then you need to bring it back to the kinds of issues actually that yesterday Philip put up on his slides. And I don't know if anyone would be able to stick the website of We Move Europe, it's wemove.eu, up on the slide for a minute. The kinds of issues that we're talking to people about are not necessarily right now, but like talk to people about cost of living, talk to people about you know, rights of people, talk to people about climate change. That's what they want to talk about. You know this better than I do in your own countries and in your own sort of communities. Number 7, you're primarily talking to your own sort of constituencies, but no doubt you'll go wider via your social media channels. And it's really important to use those channels to test and adapt your messages, and you can do that. There's an awful lot of power through those slightly dodgy social media channels, but they're useful for some stuff. And if you need help, someone who's helped us an awful lot is a woman called Anat Schenker-Osorio. I'm going to say it again because it's a long name. Anat Schenker-Osorio. She is an incredible person on messaging, and she's got a podcast called Words to Win By. And each podcast, here comes the We Move website, thank you very much. She does case studies of where different groupings of people have used messages to win campaigns, right? And it's super inspiring. Each podcast is 30 minutes. Number 8, the youth vote. So, quick pub quiz question. In how many countries will 16 to 18-year-olds vote? 4, right? Is it 4 or 5? Possibly 5 if Germany's in, right? Yeah. So that matters. Who are all those 16 to 18-year-olds going to vote for? Where are they even going to find out where to vote for people? And also the 18 to 25-year-olds when was the French election? The last French election, 75% of 18 to 25-year-old kids didn't vote, right? That's shocking. So again, the power in this room, especially with those working with youth groups. And just on that, if they continue to see a set of institutions when There are so few people under 30. I'm trying to remember the number from, somebody looked up last night the number of MEPs under 30 that there are in the Parliament. Does anyone know? 6, thank you, 6. In terms of the Commission and etc., if you continually don't see anyone who looks like you in the institutions, I think that's going to have an effect on cynicism in different population groups, including youth. So we got to sort that out, and diversity matters. Number 9, manifestos. We spent an awful lot of time over the years arguing inside our NGO communities over the perfect wording in the perfect manifesto to send to MEP candidates, to members of European Parliament candidates. And, you know, it ended up looking like a sort of a bad Christmas tree meets shopping list that was, you know, because, you know, so many people got involved in the thing that it simply, you know, it lost its power. Why I'm saying this is that we spent so much time over here producing a perfect manual for candidates, and then we spent no time over here actually asking people, will you please go out and vote because it matters? So I think it's important to look at the time you spend on the different tasks. And the very last thing is time and timing, which is that, you know, Philip put up that slide as well yesterday, that the last week of the elections is the crucial moment for the spike. That's when most people will decide who they're going to vote for. Some people know all the way along who they're going to vote for, but a lot of people will decide in that moment, and that's when the media, social and traditional, spikes massively. And that is, I would say we should be doing nothing else in that week but getting the word out on this election, and as I said, not just this election, but the issues attached to it. It doesn't mean we shouldn't start now, and just to finish on that note, for me, the timing of this thing was so wonderful because I get to listen to all of you and your plans. But on Monday, I'm getting on a train to go to Amsterdam for a gathering of 50 civil society leaders on what the hell are we going to do. So it's really nice to connect all of that up and, yeah, to really just get back to, if we don't manage to tackle what Eva showed there in terms of that turnout, the risk really is a risk for democracy. And are we going to let the thing spiral downwards, or are we going to make it spiral back up? Thanks.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you so much. I especially appreciated your point on the problem of harmonizing the campaigns. Harmonizing the campaigns, the EU campaigns, which is evident also here in Slovakia, that we definitely in Slovakia need different slogans and different way of designing the campaigns than in other countries, because every country has its own specifics, and you should always be aware of them. Yeah.
Eva, I'm sorry, I forgot something, which is the organizers have a short video to show from Romania. And I proposed that in a previous event that people look at this because it's a really inspiring example of where De Click, an NGO in Romania, really, this is a video that was watched 7 million times, and it's basically about a way that they got the vote out. And it's very hard to say that they did that in Romania, right? It's all kinds of things that bring up the turnout, but the turnout did go up in Romania, and this is, I think, a really good example. Sorry.
That's what I wanted to ask for. So let's go ahead with the video.
Nu așa muncesc trebuie, că n-ai din numai să mă vezi.
Hai să mergem dincolo să zic ceva.
Dar de ce să mergem dincolo? Aici nu poți cere bani. Că doar fata nu știi că ești pârlit, mă.
Mă bine, bunică, dar nu e vorba de asta.
Nu, zi, mă, unde vrei să merg cu fata?
I think you need the subtitles. Maybe we can start it.
La sfârșitul lui mai, în 24-27 mai.
Păi cum să mergi atunci, mă, bolundule, în 26, mă, să alegerile?
Mă bine, bunică, dar știi că nu-s cu politica, cu alegerile, că toți la fel. Lasă-mă că un om în plus sau minus nu contează.
Da, nu ești cu alegerile. Îți dau bani. Dar nu merg la Paris, că merg la Căciulata.
But now you can be very curious.
Nu, dacă nu ești cu alegerile. Aleg eu pentru tine. Ce-ți Căciulata, ce-ți Paris?
Dar eu nu vreau la Căciulata, eu vreau la Paris.
Nu, stai să zic. Că luați și pe Sandu cu voi la Căciulata.
Am un serios.
Nu te-ai zis. Un om în plusuri în minus nu contează. Hai, Sandule, că merg cu copiii la Căciulata, la băi.
Bunica termină.
Nu-ți place? Noi așa am trăit. Am gătat școala, mi-a pus apa în mână și la drum. N-am avut de ales. După aia a venit o rânduirea și ne-a luat pământul. N-am avut de ales. Apoi voi am 1100 de filme, noi avem unul pe lună. N-am avut de ales. Și am voi, când aveți de ales, lăsați pe alții să vie să aleagă în locul vostru. Păi voi sunteți normali?
Salut! Poți să te rog ceva?
No, I know that we don't have any translation. Maybe you could translate the sense for us, because even without the subtitles, it's the message. I can feel that the message is so strong. I like it already. Even the visual, the faces, the. Please wait for the mic. Yeah, the mic is coming. Just shortly, maybe.
Very, very short, because actually it should be a very deep translation to understand. If you don't understand, you don't know Romanian, and you don't know what it's about, you will not understand. So probably you didn't understand anything. You see just that image, and
No, I guess
so that is the problem big, because you will not understand the point. So the guy who was talking, actually, it's a comedian from Romania. He's very famous in comedy shows. So, and the woman, it's also with him. He chose the woman from the countryside because she's very funny. He's talking exactly like peasant talk. So they two make a couple in Romania for many funny videos, which is actually very funny. So they use this. He said, "You want to go to Paris with a girl?" And Granny said, no, why will not go to a Romanian resort, spa resort, where is going all our local guys, Căciulata is called. So in this way, by this funny way, was coming to the election. And they said, come to vote, and vote, because otherwise you cannot go to Paris, or something like this. So it's in this way. But I have also to see one more time, but it's in a funny way. So they use a funny comedy guys, which is well known in our country, for direction about the voting,
people.
and I think that was an excellent idea, because was looking natural, was not looking forced or imposed, was looking just natural. So that's the point. Thank you.
I got it. Thank you very much. I'm so happy that we have you with us and that you saved us. Thank you so much. Well, Laura, come please join us. I guess that the point was the use of humor and a popular face. And I guess that this is one of the recipes that might work to mobilize, especially young people. That's the point.
Yeah, I mean, you folks said it yesterday in the room when you did the Slido, right? People that you trust, people that you can engage with, comedians. I mean, I'm not Romanian. I'm so glad that you stepped in, because it's that thing of like, why not use comedy? Why not work with people who really get through to people already, as opposed to relying on our own people all the time? Yeah.
I think that humor works all the time. Humor is a very, very good communicating tool.
And it was about also being natural. They are very, very natural. They are very credible. They don't look, they tell you a story. They are so natural. So because of this, has 8 million.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, our next speaker is from Poland, where the opposition is about to form a new government. Civic Coalition didn't win the election, but they had enough votes to oust the current Polish government. It's interesting to notice that 2 weeks before the election, the opposition had led an enormous rally in Warsaw and other cities. It was called the Million Hearts March, to lift the spirits of their voters and to show them that there is still hope and that they can win. Was this the people power at work? Our next speaker will tell us more about the campaigning in Poland and whether we can take some lessons even from national elections and use them in European elections. So I'm happy to welcome Mrs. Małgorzata Molenda-Zdziech, who is a sociologist and a political scientist, currently heading the Department of Political Studies at CGH Warsaw School of Economics. She's the rector's representative of cooperation with the EU. Previously, she was director of the Polish Science Contact Agency of the Polish Academy of Sciences in Brussels. She's a new expert, member of the Team Europe Direct Poland network, supporting the European Commission representation in Poland. Molenda will speak French, so if you don't speak French, please use your headphones. So,
thank you for a presentation. I have a smaller presentation. Could I change?
Yes,
the
sure, sure, sure.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. Juste pour diversifier les langues, moi je voudrais.
So, let me start in speaking French. Thank you for inviting me. It is a great pleasure to present the Polish case study, which is quite interesting in this context. Can I ask for you to switch the next slide? Oh, great. I have the presenter with me. Great, thank you. It works. As you might already know, in Poland, over the last parliamentary election ended the rule of the 8 years of PiS with the leader of Jarosław Kaczyński. And this government has now ended, even though that this political party, PiS, received the most number of ballots and it did not achieve the majority in the chamber, even though we would concern and count the coalition partner from the extreme right, the pro-Russian Confederation political party. So the coalition of the two oppositional parties was created, the liberal left, that is the Civic Coalition, that is the KO with the leader Donald Tusk, and the Social Democrats, the Third Way, and the third party, the New Left, that together created the majority in the lower chamber of the government, of the Polish Sejm. On this slide, you can see the highest turnout in the history of Polish democratic parliamentary election, showing you the exact percentage, which you can see that we had more than 74% of turnout in the election, being compared to 1989, when it was just 62%. So it can be truly said that the mobilization was quite massive all throughout Poland. It is quite important, and it is also the mobilization by gender, especially women, and for ages. And if you can see, it was turnout by gender, not so huge different, but with 2019, only 50% of women voted, so the increase to 74% is quite significant. Looking at these numbers for all the total results of the 2023 general election results compared to 2019 election, you can definitely see the changes. We can see the support for PiS political party that decreased. As I have already mentioned, a huge role played also this factor. If we look at the general data, we are not looking only by the age, which does not show significant differences. This would be the main key of this problem. All the young people that have turned towards politics has shown us that the young people were not interested into the politics. The sociologists and politicians always repeated that the young people are not interested in politics. Politics is dirty. Politics is for old people. And now we can see that the situation has changed and the opinions of young people, especially young women, change and shows different ideas. Women are more pro-European oriented and are voting for the civic coalition, and the young men are mostly for Confederation political party, so more pro-Russian political party, which is quite a big difference that needs to be mentioned. This was also the change thanks to the young people that was called the youthquake and is now being researched as the phenomena. We are trying to do qualitative research about the causes of this fact. What is also very important is that a lot of informational and educational campaigns were targeted, especially at women. And as an example, I can show you one campaign that is called Kobiety na Wybory, so Women for Positions. And it was a campaign targeted to women mobilization and women's agency to promote just voting and not telling you which political party to choose, but educating women about the importance of elections. These campaigns were presented as apolitical, so we did not want the political parties to take part and cooperate with just a certain political countries. We were supported by independent, more than 107 NGOs. We also cooperated by 260 companies and had more than 1,060 ambassadors that could present and promoted the campaign through new media, social platforms using 134 celebrities and very different famous people that also voiced their opinion on how is it important to go to vote. It is also necessary to say that I counted at least 20 educational campaigns that were going on in Poland, and most of them targeted to women audience. Are there any lessons to be learned from this for the upcoming European elections? And why this change really happened in Poland? In my opinion, I think we are the witness of a change of social attitudes, and we can clearly see that the change is quite possible. The new political actor is now currently residing in the heads of the Polish people. The change was possible in the society as well as in the political sphere. POIS as the civic coalition or the political party is no longer that interesting for the new young generation, but we have a new political actor or stakeholder that is the third way political party. And there is also more from the rural areas, because Poland as a country is being presented with new ideas from Hołownia that are quite famous and have a social capital and are really famous because this celebrity is on TV, also presented by NGOs, so really having the wide perception and using this. I think that for the first time ever, we have done the thing that were used in a wide array of means, communications, that the policy and politics influences the lives of our everyday lives. It is not just bureaucrats, it is not just people sitting in an office. It is a policy that impacts our daily lives, our daily choices, the price, cost of goods, concerning the climate change and unified policies on peace in Europe and all over the globe. So we have had the chance to diversify all of the understanding of politics in the Poland Republic. In Poland, we use the word politik, which means policies as well. So less politics, more policies. The public policies need to be really in detailed because it needs to be defined clearly which policy we are mentioning. I think that is a very good strategy because it shows the impact on daily life and we have less of the politics and more talking about the policies, about the particular things that affect our lives. I can say that in all of these campaigns, it was proven that a lot of changes happened within the context of democracy as such, because we have we have seen democracy in the time of post-politics. We cannot be indifferent to what is happening now. Is the politics emotional? Is it including? Is it participative? Yes, all of these. It has to be emotional to reach out to voters, to touch them. And these emotions can be a common language because emotions are not thought. Emotions can unify people a lot. Emotions are the same for every European. And the politics have to be participative. During the last days, we have talked about it a lot. We have to be active in the politics. We cannot be at the edge and just simply do not bother. The concept of politics changed. We can see it in Poland quite a lot to change for the good. The politics is not defined as a conflict as the government of 8 years showed us because it was internal conflicts all the way and external conflicts towards the others. So we were at a permanent conflict with everybody. Now we are moving towards the policy of cooperation and it starts a new era because this is a civic coalition that has signed the agreement, the coalition agreement, showing us that different means can be used for applying politics. And what works best in terms of motivating people and to vote? What worked in the Polish example was the direct communication with voters. And it is definitely through use of emotions so that we speak to the emotions of voters. We have support by NGOs or ad hoc groups doing research on how the emotions play the role in the votes, whether it be positive emotion or negative emotion that would push people to vote. And it has brought a result. We had 1 million people in the streets of Warsaw in the March of 1 Million Hearts. So all of the information campaigns worked really well as well, and I'm sure that it can work in any other member state. The best economical school in Poland, half of their students did not even know that they can vote in European elections. So we have started with the basic information because there are new and new generations of voters that are willing to actively participate in the civic society, but do not know what their options are. So we just have to educate them on how to vote for their representatives. It is also necessary to engage citizens at the lowest levels, use any method of lobbying or celebrity endorsement, use social media, networks, supporting events, and it is necessary to do this cooperation, even use famous people, use the celebrity endorsement, organize events. This worked in the Polish example. PYS political party has built anti-German rhetoric, and it did not work to rebuild the negative stereotypes, which truly doesn't work for the young generation. It can truly polarize the society, and the polarization can be long-lasting. So the policy concerning on the past or focusing on the past does not work either. Communication strategy by the ad hominem argument does also not work. You need to have direct information that is specific to people, that is adjusted to their needs, and that is reliable. What also does not work is a long-lasting manipulation. We have seen that the 8 years were long enough and people were just simply fed up with the fake news, misinformations, lies, disinformation, hoaxes about us and our neighbors. So for me personally, I think that we can, to conclude, sum up, that we can use the motto of European Union, unity and diversity, and that could be the right message towards the election campaign for the European election 2024. I am convinced that the strategy of Donald Tusk directs and illustrates really nicely this motto. Donald Tusk also signed the coalition agreement with the 3 other political parties, but they all keep their own positions and opinions, and they are working and governing as a unified majority. Thank you for your attention, and I'm open to questions.
I agree that
Je pense que les émotions sont vraiment très importantes dans toutes les campagnes. Et nous ne sommes pas des êtres rationnels, tout simplement. Les personnes sont émotionnelles et nos émotions gagnent souvent sur nous. C'est quelque chose à laquelle il faut penser à chaque moment quand on essaye de proposer et designer les campagnes électorales. Je songeais par rapport à ce qui avait fonctionné et pas fonctionné en Pologne. La manipulation ne fonctionne pas, par exemple. En Slovaquie, au mois de septembre, ça avait fonctionné jusqu'à une certaine mesure. Donc, pour certains partis politiques, ceci avait fonctionné. On va y revenir dans le débat, mais il faut dire que tous les pays sont différents. Certainement, en Pologne, ceci avait fonctionné. Plus pour la génération plus âgée. Donc, les stéréotypes négatifs ont plutôt influencé la génération âgée, mais pas du tout la génération jeune. Ce n'était pas un point de motivation suffisant. Je voudrais vous dire aussi que j'aimerais répondre à vos questions. On vous donne la possibilité pour cet échange. Vous pouvez leur poser toutes questions possibles. Essayez de les noter au fur et à mesure quand vous écoutez les intervenants de cette table ronde. Notre notre intervenant suivant vient de la Slovaquie. Et elle a été engagée dans des élections parlementaires au mois de septembre. Et de la même façon, elle a analysé certains discours clés et l'environnement des médias en Slovaquie avant les élections du mois de septembre. Facebook, lui, il était rempli par les récits qui parlait de la méfiance des médias indépendants et de la procédure de façon générale. Donc, ce sont des choses que vous allez discuter bientôt. J'aimerais souhaiter la bienvenue à Madame Dominika Hajdu, la directrice du Centre pour la démocratie et la résilience du GlobeSec. Elle faisait partie des organisateurs ou des intervenants à GlobeSec. Elle avait présenté le but de diminuer les forces qui vont supprimer l'unité. Alors, je vous en prie.
The invitation and to the organizers for organizing such an interesting conference. I'm also very happy to be sitting at this all-female panel. Which is quite unique for the conferences. Indeed, so as Eva, you've rightly mentioned, my team has been monitoring Slovak information space prior to the parliamentary elections, while focusing mostly on political representatives and on what we call the problematic content. So the sources that spread disinformation, pro-Kremlin propaganda, and extremism. And what we mostly focus on is the content that gains the most interactions, meaning that it has the highest reach, it has the highest number of views, meaning that it reaches the largest part of the society. And one of the findings is that the content that had the highest number of interactions was shared by two parties or political representatives of these parties mostly. These two parties was Smer, that won the elections, and the second party was Republika, which is a far-right extremist party that didn't get into the parliament. And while the results, electoral results of these two parties were completely different, they were utilizing the very similar tactics and techniques on social media to gain this attention. As you, Eva, already said, the key tactic that we observed was the undermining of democratic values processes, including elections. So the narrative that the elections would be manipulated, or that there would be even a potential of it, has been spread at least for the past 6 months prior to the elections by a range of different parties, which is, of course, very dangerous because it diminishes the importance of the vote itself among the citizens, because they feel they cannot influence anything if the election is manipulated. So this technique, probably borrowed from the US, has been very, very popular. Then, of course, undermining of key democratic watchdogs, media, civil society. The demonization of media was mentioned in 20% of all the posts that we analyzed. From 180 posts, 20% focused on targeting the media, the independent media, and of course, NGOs and civil society. And a lot of groups across the society have been utilized as these imagined enemies who were allegedly supposed to threaten Slovak values and interests, whatever that was supposed to mean. And these groups were migrants, LGBTI plus people, parties that were promoting liberal democracy, liberal values, tolerance, but also foreign actors, including NATO, including the EU, and especially the United States. And one of the things, and I understand that these tactics and techniques are quite popular now in the pre-election campaigns and are utilized by a lot of populist parties, but what surprised us was the volume of the disinformation and the volume of hate and fear that has been publicized and that has been posted on such an intense regularity on social media, and also the extremity of the language, which is also demonstrating that the political culture is truly deteriorating. And this is just an example of two posts published by the representative of the Smer party, and I just translated the post from the Slovak. And you can really see a rhetoric that could be identified as homophobic, as racist, as xenophobic. One of them is targeting media and justice and claiming that there is some kind of a coup inside between the media and justice, and also using a bit homophobic language. And this is against migrants, in my opinion, using very racist and xenophobic language. So this is something that truly surprised us, and unfortunately this is also one of the techniques that won this party the election. When it comes to the solutions, and I must say that Slovakia is one of the most challenging probably target countries, target audiences when it comes to communications, because of two reasons. One is that it has, for long term, the society has been demonstrating among the highest propensities to believe disinformation and conspiracy theories, as Karin Solimos has already mentioned. As you can see on this graph, the majority of people in Slovakia believe that it's either the West or Ukraine that is primarily responsible for the war in Ukraine. Only 40% believe that it's Russia. This is an opinion poll that we done in March 2023 this year. We at Globsec do these opinion polls across Central and Eastern Europe. But as you can see, Slovakia has the worst results in the entire region. And the second issue is the distrust. We have, this year, we've had the historically low trust in democratic institutions. This means there is a high degree of disillusionment and apathy in the country towards the democratic system. People have a feeling that it doesn't deliver, that it doesn't work. And since there is a high propensity to believe disinformation, you cannot really win with rational or factual arguments among the majority. There is a question of whether you can win today with any rational arguments, but it's very difficult in this society. So when it comes to any kind of recommendations or narratives or how to counter this state, you really need a very strong vision and alternative that you can offer to a society in such a state. And unlike in Poland, where, as Małgorzata, you mentioned, there was this ability to create this comparison between conflict and cooperation, this notion of cooperation in Slovakia was just missing. And however, the civil society, including ourselves, tried via different mobilization campaigns. What was missing, unfortunately, and the key factor why it didn't really work was the political factor. And this is that the pro-democratic parties weren't able to unite behind one single narrative, one single mission or vision, even if it was cooperation. They weren't able, due to internal disagreements, they weren't able to overcome that. And from the perspective of civil society doing mobilization, it was extremely difficult to persuade the voters to leave apathy at home, as Mr. Savkovic has written in his statement, and vote for some larger principle of preserving democratic values if the political parties and political representatives were not able to overcome their own internal battles and disagreements for this higher principle of saving democracy. So this was a huge challenge. And to me, not to repeat what has been said by the former co-panelists, I think one of the key lessons learned for us is that the civil society needs to pressure more the political parties to improve political culture, because also the rhetoric that we're seeing on social media and how it's moving to greater extremes is damaging the entire political space. So I believe that we need to work more with political parties, and we need to pressure them more publicly to be able to offer some alternative, some viable alternative to people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dominika. I have to admit that the intensity of hate in this Slovak campaign was really unprecedented, and it's a big challenge to find an effective counter-narrative, because sometimes it feels like you are trying to fight somebody with a pen while he's holding a hammer. So I think that this is a big channel, and we'll see if we will face the same problems even in European elections. And yeah, I do agree that a cure for this is to have a credible alternative, credible political alternative, which was questionable during the last Slovak elections. Now we will, but Malgorzata, please join us. I'm so sorry that you have to run. Now we will turn to Hungary, where the situation for civil society is really not easy. The narratives targeting open society and George Soros illegal immigration NGOs really hurt their reputation and liability. The government's poster campaigns and the so-called national consultations have become notorious for their slogans. For example, one of the slogans in 2021 was, "Will George Soros attack again?" So this is another example of hate usage in campaigns, in communication campaigns, which are really hard to fight, or is a challenge how to fight them. Well, that's why I would like to ask our last panelist, Marta Pardavi, what it is like to be civil rights defender in such a climate, and how she plans to promote the vote for Europe in this context. But first, I will introduce you a little bit, Marta. You are a co-chair of the Hungarian Helsinki Committee, and you co-led the Recharging Advocacy for Rights in Europe program. Marta was a policy leader fellow at the European University's Institute School of Transnational Governance in Florence. She has been tirelessly defending the rule of law and civil society space in Hungary, and she was awarded the 2018 William D. Zabel Human Rights Award from Human Rights First and the 2019 Civil Rights Defender of the Year Award. So, Marta, how can... Yes. Thank you for your applause for Marta. How can opposition parties and NGOs lead an effective campaign when they have to work in such a distorted media and public environment, which obviously favors the nominees of the ruling Fidesz party?
Thank you very much, and it's a real pleasure to be here. When I got your questions, of course, I thought, oh, but this is the question that everybody's thinking of and no one has the right answer. But at the same time, although, of course, as you can see, the most recent national consultation and the poster campaign that is recycled from 2019 in Hungary, Hungary does present a really far out, almost extremist example of what should not be happening in a European Union member state, which should be respecting the standards of democracy and fair and free elections and freedom of speech and an enabling environment for civil society. But as we heard already this morning, many of the traits that we've been experiencing in Hungary are not specific to Hungary. So the first very alarming or concerning message we heard from Boško Saskovic, and I was thinking all along while his statement was read out, if you would just substitute Serbia with Hungary, it would be very, very true with regard to the terribly distorted media environment and the very hateful, threatening, intimidating atmosphere that journalists and civil society activists are facing. But also when you were talking about the Slovak elections recently, I must say that exactly the same thing is happening in Hungary too. Discrediting, undermining trust in our public institutions, not only journalists and civil society and political parties, but the institution of elections and election integrity itself is something that these illiberal populists are using. I think it's too early to talk about the elections in the Netherlands, and probably many of the sort of systemic institutional deficiencies that we're experiencing in our countries are not really true for the Dutch context, but certainly the polarizing language, the targeting of minorities, when we talk about the European Parliament elections, the divisive language, the questioning of whether Europe is actually a good thing for us is certainly something that works. So yes, the style of the campaign has become, I think, really important, and we've heard about questions about what are people voting for. We heard really good tips about how to craft a campaign that actually talks to people and responds to what people are interested in. These are the topics. We heard about how you can get people out, and I think this Polish example is really interesting about mobilizing voter groups who are generally less active. But we also have to talk about the entire context of elections and what kind of frameworks, safeguards, safety nets we have to ensure that these are happening in a free and fair manner, and this goes far beyond the actual day of the vote. So we also have to talk about campaigns. And in this, the Hungarian experience, I think, is really, something to be aware of, not to follow, but to be aware of, and to prevent or rectify, at least at the EU level. You asked about civil society in Hungary. I think one of the things that we've really started doing is to look at Hungary and Hungarian civil society as Europeans. Most of the time we don't think of ourselves as that, but for us, for an organization like mine, or many organizations that we have formed coalitions with, Europe is actually something which is not perfect, but certainly something which is a safety net. And European frameworks, European laws, Europe as a society, as a space where you can build also transnational cross-border networks, where you find similarities and you can act together to improve situations which are similar at the national context. This has become very important. So if you would ask me, what is Europe, the European Union, meaning for me as a Hungarian citizen or as a human rights defender or as a lawyer from Hungary, I would say it is a safety net. Not perfect, we need to always stitch it back, and there's patches and we need to improve, but it is certainly of value. But at the same time, I have to say that the discrediting, of course, is common. The intimidating, chilling effect is pretty common. What Hungary offers as a really daunting example is to run ahead and to also pioneer legal restrictions on civil society, on journalists, and on the notion of participation. And this is sadly something when I received the invitation to come here, I thought of many things to say. Some of this would have been very similar to what we've heard, but now I have something new to offer, sadly, which I think is really important, because there's a new law being proposed by not the government, but by the Fidesz parliamentary faction in Hungary, which is important because this way the requirement to have public consultations about laws can be circumvented, and this is very often used in many places. And this law actually is very intimidating, very vague on purpose, and it really makes you think who will be able to campaign and participate. In fact, it made me think, and I'll tell you what the law entails, but it really made me think whether we would be, after this law is adopted, which for sure it will be, in a few weeks, would we be able to have this kind of event in Hungary to talk about the European Parliament elections organized by an EU body or with any kind of foreign funding? And that's something we didn't address, I think, so far. There was a lot of talk about foreign influence and disinformation. Legitimately, justifiably, we need to be aware of this and find the right tools against it. But it can be very easily exploited, and foreign funding has become a key in this again. And what the law that is being proposed and is called to defend Hungary's sovereignty, but actually is a guise to defend, I think, the regime, so that it could comfortably stay in place, it focuses on unwanted foreign influence, and it makes reference to a lot of ongoing initiatives at EU level to scale back malign foreign influence, but it twists it, distorts it, and it actually says that if organizations, not only Hungarians, but any organization, foreign too, citizens, would be undermining Hungary's national sovereignty in the interest of a foreign state, then there would be certain consequences. If you are taking money from a foreign source, this is already prohibited under Hungarian law too, to finance election campaigns from foreign sources, but now there will be 3 years of imprisonment for individuals or leaders of organizations who take foreign funds. That's one thing, a criminal threat. In some countries, this already exists. You might even say this is standard process. But because of the vagueness of the law, this can be very arbitrarily applied. But if you're not funding a candidate or a campaign, but just doing things which are meant to influence how voters think, voter behavior, voter attitudes, I'd say voter participation, mobilization in elections, there's also certain measures that can be taken by a newly set up office, which will be called to defend the Office to Defend Sovereignty, which will have very wide-ranging powers. It will be short of a secret service, but it will be far more than just an office that collects information from publicly available sources. And it will design a risk analysis tool and then carry out risk analysis in individual examinations. And so one really thinks who is going to be the target of this and how organizations will feel to either comply or to stay away from participation in public processes. This is not pertaining only to election campaigns, I must say. But of course, as we're looking ahead to the EP elections and the Hungarian municipal elections, which are scheduled to happen the same day, I think this is pretty clear signaling that to a lot of people to not put their heads out too much, to stay below the radar. And this is the third thing that I think is very used as a technique, not only discrediting, intimidation, but basically to steer people away from participation in public life, which is the core tenet of democracy, that we would have not only the legal right, but also the power to participate, the willingness, the interest, the curiosity. And a lot of times we talk about how to raise that interest and curiosity, but sometimes we have to be aware how that there is very strong pushback against it. This proposal for a law is very new, so there is going to be, I think, a lot of discussion about it in Hungary. I hope that there will be a lot of discussion about it, not only in Hungary, but beyond. In fact, there should be a lot more than discussion, legal action taken by the European Commission too, because it really hinders European citizens' participation and campaigning on European Union issues. But what I can say is that despite this, and despite of whatever's been happening that you also know and mentioned for so many years in Hungary, civil society is pretty strong. There's been just a recent survey done, and it turns out that Hungarians really appreciate independent civil society. And they expect independent civil society to do its job, both in terms of service provision, but also in terms of holding power accountable. And they want organizations to speak up and to do advocacy and to mobilize and to talk about election integrity. So there is social support for this. The confidence is something that is being undermined, of course, public support, trust in these institutions, but even with the really dominant and super well-funded campaign machinery that the government employs in its propaganda media or through its laws, this has not been really done away with. So my advice, and I think you talked about this too, is to build coalitions so that you stand shoulder to shoulder. Not everybody has to say the same thing, but at least agree on the basics and feel that you're not alone. And this we should also do more of in a European Union space, because as we sadly heard, these kinds of experiences are on the rise rather than being scaled back. So to have strong transnational civic solidarity to safeguard civic space is also something that we have to do. As we focus on the elections, this might not be the main issue, but once those who are elected come to power, I think we also have to make sure that they pay attention to this if they're true Democrats. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marta, very much. Yeah, I absolutely agree that cooperation.
Merci beaucoup pour ton intervention. La coopération avec la société civile est vraiment très importante pour pouvoir obtenir une meilleure influence par rapport au gouvernement spécialement. J'aimais beaucoup aussi quand tu avais parlé tout à l'heure des élections aux Pays-Bas et leurs résultats qui montrent les problèmes de la polarisation et d'utilisation de ce récit basé sur la haine. Ce n'est pas uniquement le problème dans nos pays à l'Europe centrale, mais c'est aussi un problème de l'Europe occidentale. Maintenant, j'aimerais entamer l'échange avec des questions et réponses. Je vous en prie, attendez, il faut attendre d'abord le micro, il faut se présenter, il faut dire de quelle organisation venez-vous et vous pouvez poser la question. Je vous en prie. Monsieur, là au fond. Mateusz Schmeitz de la Pologne. Je représente le syndicat Solidarność et je voudrais remercier Madame professeure qui nous a présenté vraiment une intervention concernant la participation des électeurs. Chez nous, en Pologne, c'est 75% de participants au vote ont été nommés tels que le festival de la démocratie. Je pense que nous sommes vraiment en démocratie vraie. Je pense que ceux qui ont obtenu le changement pendant ces élections, ce sont les jeunes qui ont voté pour quelque chose parce que c'est important. On a voulu le changement, on a voulu un meilleur avenir. Et c'était une autre manière de mettre en place les politiques en Pologne. Donc, on n'est pas tout simplement découragé parce que ceux qui ont été là ne savaient pas le faire et ceux-ci ne vont plus le savoir non plus. En 2022, on a voté pour quelque chose, pour une meilleure vie, pour la diminution du manque de droits, de la justice. Nous avons analysé également les résultats et nous allons le faire à l'avenir également. On a d'autres possibilités encore car nous avons des attentes assez élevées Oui, on aime bien, on écoute bien votre propos, ça nous plaît, mais est-ce que vous pouvez poser la question? Merci pour tous vos commentaires, mais il faut poser les questions. Donc, concernant la politique, nous avons beaucoup d'organisations au niveau européen, mais au niveau mondial également. Miroslav Hein a déjà dit qu'il faut qu'on lutte contre l'extrémiste, contre la droite, etc. Ceci ne marche pas, à mon avis, c'est contre-productif parce que l'extrême droite se situe dans beaucoup de pays au gouvernement. Par exemple, en Argentine, nous voyons le président très extrémiste. Ma question alors qui se pose, est-ce qu'il faut qu'on mène la campagne comme une lutte contre quelque chose? Est-ce que ça puisse être productif? Parce que les hommes n'aiment pas tellement qu'on leur dise c'est ça qu'il faut faire. Est-ce qu'on peut donner aux gens offrir un meilleur avenir? Est-ce que quelqu'un veut répondre directement à cette question? Dominique, très courtement. Oui, il s'agit du fait contre quoi on lutte. Un des messages clés qui avait lié les partis en Slovaquie, c'était voter contre Fico. Et ça n'a pas marché. Donc, organiser tout ça autour de Fico et voter contre Fico, ça ne marche pas. Le problème de nos élections, c'était qu'on n'avait pas la vision assez claire. On ne savait pas quelle est l'alternative contre la haine. Alors, je suis d'accord avec votre approche. Laura? Oui. Nous aussi, nous pouvons essayer tout au long de notre vie de nous battre contre la droite extrémiste. Nous pouvons y passer les heures et les heures. Nous pouvons parler des mêmes choses, mais avec d'autres partis, on va pas être contre les immigrés, contre les LGBTI, mais beaucoup plus productif, c'est d'expliquer ce que ça signifie et ce qui se passe en réalité. Martha, oui, je suis d'accord que les résultats de la Hongrie de 2022 montrent quelque chose. Même si on avait l'opposition unie, on n'avait quand même pas une vision alternative. Quelle est la société qu'on offre? Qu'est-ce qui peut être attirant si vous allez voter pour nous? Et c'est souvent vrai pour les sociétés civiles et pour les organisations de la protection des droits de l'homme. Vous avez parlé de podcasts, vous avez mentionné toutes les ressources, mais comment allons-nous nous exprimer? Quels seront nos messages à faire passer? Quand on voit que les droits sont violés, il est vraiment très difficile de réfléchir par rapport à notre vie si on n'aurait pas ces droits-là. Mais c'est bon, c'est convenable parce que ça peut représenter une certaine détoxication pour notre récit. Les gens regardent les alternatives, regardent les offres différentes, les propositions différentes. Souvent, ce n'est pas uniquement les mouvements politiques qui agissent contre quelque chose et qui utilisent les campagnes négatives. Dans le cas de la Hongrie, nous avons vu que la campagne négative a été utilisée par d'autres partis également. Même Bruxelles, ils ont essayé de discréditer l'Europe, ils ont essayé de diminuer la confiance envers les institutions européennes. Il est donc très important de parler à l'adresse de l'Europe de façon positive, pas seulement répéter des choses, mais de présenter aussi les valeurs, de présenter les projets qui intéressent les populations. Il faut parler de l'avenir de nos enfants, de notre avenir futur, de notre avenir partagé, de la santé publique, de l'éducation nationale, etc. Donc, c'est de cela qu'il faut qu'on parle. Merci beaucoup. D'autres questions? Monsieur au fond et après la dame. Rodas Colbert, le membre du comité Moi aussi, j'aimerais poser la question à tous les intervenants. On a entendu qu'il est nécessaire d'avoir une diversité de messages pour les publics différents. Et même dans le cadre d'un État, il faut s'adresser différemment aux jeunes et différemment à la génération plus âgée. Si l'opposition se réunit contre quelque chose, si leur seul message est de voter contre l'ennemi, entre guillemets, ou contre le mal pire, c'est pas suffisant. Comment peut-on lier tout ça ensemble? Parce que ce n'est pas facile à régler et je pense que certaines choses ne peuvent pas être liées ensemble. Je suis tout à fait d'accord. Il ne suffit pas d'être contre quelqu'un. Il est nécessaire d'avoir des messages spécifiques. Il faut savoir attirer les gens. Donc, on peut commencer. Je vais répondre en français.
Speak French. Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
Merci. Je suis sûre que ce qu'on a dit, c'est complémentaire plutôt que nos messages ne sont pas en conflit parce qu'il faut avoir un seul message en ce qui concerne les élections européennes, c'est-à-dire voter et participer dans les élections. Mais comment expliquer aux différents cibles, aux différents groupes il faut choisir la façon de communiquer, n'est-ce pas? Il faut choisir la façon, mais aussi les arguments, les moments. Mais le message clé est un seul toujours. Il faut participer et on a besoin de l'Europe, c'est ça. Parce que pendant des années, par exemple, je crois qu'on a négligé les valeurs européennes. On croyait que c'est uniquement idéologie, c'est bien, il faut écrire. De temps en temps, il faut rappeler les valeurs, la paix. On vit en paix depuis des années. Et tout d'un coup, on a vu que la paix, on doit penser à la paix, parce que la paix, il faut protéger, il faut éduquer les gens pour respecter la paix. La guerre est juste maintenant, se déroule et c'est pas facile maintenant de changer la situation et retourner à la paix. Alors, un seul message, c'est-à-dire général, mais comment cibler les différents groupes? C'est une stratégie de communication, tout simplement.
Et ça ne suffit pas d'être simplement contre quelqu'un.
Bien sûr. Et ce qui a été dit hier, c'est-à-dire qu'il faut être local, n'est-ce pas? Alors bien mélanger ce qui est global et ce qui est local. Savoir adapter justement ce qui est européen aux besoins de chaque pays, aux besoins de l'Hongrie, aux besoins de la Slovaquie, aux besoins des Polonais, des autres pays.
Oui, bien sûr. Merci beaucoup, Laura.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I just want to give.
Oui, une très bonne question et moi je voudrais bien donner une réponse pratique parce que je comprends tout à fait. Tous les 3 mois, j'envoie les emails à 1 million de destinataires dans notre réseau parce que nous faisons les campagnes à différents niveaux. Nous essayons de lier tout ça d'une certaine façon et c'est vraiment difficile de trouver la juste mesure à réunir beaucoup de personnes de différentes catégories d'âge, avec de différentes formations, etc. Quand vous parlez avec les élèves, vous avez la possibilité de réfléchir un tout petit peu, mais commencer dans une ville. Je ne veux pas dire que vous devez maintenant inventer les messages schizophréniques tous les jours différemment, mais nous devons avoir 27 campagnes différentes. Il ne faut pas essayer de mettre cela en harmonie par une seule devise, 3 mots et traduit, mais quelque chose comme unité et la diversité. C'était quoi le dernier message que tu avais envoyé dans cet email? Dans le dernier email, qu'est-ce que ça a été, mon Dieu? Je ne sais plus, moi, vraiment. Donc, Laura, tu réfléchis. Dominica, elle va répondre en attendant. Je vais compléter tout juste ce que nous essayons d'obtenir en réalité par nos propres réponses. C'est que nous n'avons pas une solution toute simple pour chacune des communications de sensibilisation. Chaque campagne a une autre dynamique, une autre situation, notamment concernant les thèmes les plus brûlants dans la société en question. C'est comme Laure avait dit, avoir une seule devise clé. On l'a pas, on ne peut pas faire une seule campagne pour 27 pays, mais de choisir la chose qui est la plus importante. Et il faut qu'on vise, qu'on zoome toute notre attention. Ça, c'est aussi la question de l'argent qu'on jette par la fenêtre. Moi, comme une organisation de la société civile, je ne pense pas que mon rôle, c'est de dire aux partis politiques comment faut-il mener leur campagne. Mais ce qu'il faut qu'on pense en faisant la campagne de sensibilisation des citoyens à participer aux élections, comment peut-on obtenir cela? Dans beaucoup de pays, nous avons maintenant la possibilité pour les citoyens, c'est une possibilité d'y participer en tant qu'observateur, mais ce n'est pas encore possible dans tous les pays de l'Union européenne. Donc, si on arrive à avoir les groupes de suivi des élections pour assurer ainsi cette intégrité, et pour éviter les risques, nous devons encourager les gens à devenir les observateurs de façon à assurer que c'est un système qui fonctionne et qui est fiable. On essaie de le faire en Hongrie, mais pour l'instant, il n'y a pas beaucoup de possibilités. Mais il y a des organisations indépendantes qui se sont déjà débrouillées, qui se sont déjà débrouillées concernant le suivi des élections. Donc, ce n'est pas uniquement les messages clés de la campagne, mais il faut aussi, à côté de cela, avoir un système sûr et fiable. On a encore une autre question au fond de la salle. Je vous en prie.
I wanted to ask that the trade unions at the European levels are quite engaged when it depends on the European level and local level as well. Global and local are the terms that are quite frequently presented because our trade unions can have up to 50 million of workers in Europe. And in Parliament, we have also our representatives of European groups covering further workers working in Europe. One of my questions would be, what is the current situation in the labor market? Because we have a lot of workers working part-time, especially for women, based on the labor market situation. So can we guarantee to women working in Europe to have fair chances? And can we guarantee to women in Europe to receive fair wages and being also on the candidate list of political parties? Can we guarantee to the women that they will be represented in the European Parliament, to head committees, and so on? But the true question which I wanted to ask, and I might not get a simple answer, what work of political monitoring or what level of political monitoring can we offer to the campaigns, local, global? We are carrying out different campaigns of different kinds, but do we truly have working centers for monitoring which would include all workers to be engaged to build strong Europe for the future. We are also being asked why is European Parliament doing and why is it good to have a European Parliament. For example, Parliament did this specific thing, example, moved this for the workers' rights. The day after the election, the Spitzenkandidaten or the other addresses can tell this was what you promised and where are the results.
Question. Małgorzata.
Qui voudrait répondre?
Cette mission, bien sûr, le problème.
So who shall we trust with this mission, with this role? This problem or issue cannot be so resolved on its own. We have to present these issues and incorporate them into the working plans of the politicians. Of course, it is necessary to also say that we need to state the problem clearly and to see that it gets resolved. The situation of women in the labor market is not the same in all of the European countries. This situation is quite diverse and it is quite different about the gender gap in remuneration in different labor markets. It has changed quite a bit in Poland, and the gender gap has decreased quite significantly. We also know that concerning different policies, we have more complex issues. For example, we see an increase in the participation or being in the candidacy of political parties. What is also important is the place when they are represented on the list of candidates. So we have to also see that they are at the forefront of each list. So first, second, third in the top 10. And that is a work that is ahead of us. We can see a couple of results, but it is continuous work that needs to happen.
Une autre question, je vous en prie, monsieur au fond. Je m'appelle Georges Couteret, je suis le membre de EESC de la Hongrie. Je pense que vous comprenez que c'est difficile pour moi d'entendre les mots qui ont été présentés par Martha pour décrire la situation en Hongrie, même si ce sont des faits et des différentes opinions. Je voudrais quand même parler d'un seul point concernant les minorités. En Hongrie, nous avons fait pas mal de choses pour les minorités. Nous avons fait beaucoup de choses pour la communauté juive. À la fin, ils avaient la possibilité de venir à Hongrie et de parler avec les Hongrois. Concernant la guerre, nous avons joué un match de football. Alors, nous travaillons beaucoup avec des minorités. 15%, c'est la minorité des Roms. Même malgré leurs conditions économiques très difficiles, nous essayons quand même les aider. Et quand vous avez parlé tout à l'heure qu'il faut se cibler vers les minorités, les expressions basées à la haine sont orientées vers les minorités. On n'a pas beaucoup de problèmes de ce sens-là, mais je vous invite à les vérifier, à les observer parce que nous avons beaucoup d'enfants. Et là, je passe à la question à l'adresse de Martha. Martha, quelles sont tes idées? Ou qu'en penses-tu en disant que la Hongrie attaque attaquent les minorités. On peut peut-être... est-ce qu'on peut poser les questions qui sont liées à notre débat, s'il vous plaît? Parce que cette question, ça ne concerne pas tellement le sujet de la sensibilisation de la présence dans les élections européennes. Oui, merci. Je suis contente que vous avez parlé des minorités. Nous n'avons pas beaucoup de fêtes différentes. Il y a beaucoup d'opinions, bien sûr, mais le parti Fidesz, je pense qu'il est vrai que le parti Fidesz attaque les minorités, la communauté LGBTI. Il y a des livres qui ont été interdits où, par exemple, les enfants ne peuvent pas vivre. Ces livres n'ont pas été, ne peuvent pas être vendus dans des librairies. Évidemment, c'est une protection des enfants. Ce n'est pas une protection des enfants, mais c'est la mise en désavantage des enfants plutôt. Nous avons entendu parler de ces problèmes avec des minorités qui s'avèrent au niveau des campagnes. Oui, la Hongrie, physiquement, est un endroit sûr pour la communauté juive, mais les sondages des agences basiques s'occupant de la défense des droits de l'homme nous montrent que l'antisémitisme augmente. Le fait qu'il n'y a pas des attaques physiques, cela ne veut pas dire qu'il n'y a pas la violation des droits des minorités. C'est grâce à Dieu que pour l'instant, on n'a pas des attaques physiques parce qu'il y a la police, mais il y a certainement ces tendances. Maintenant, la question, je vous en prie.
Thank you very much. I'm Tom Shannon from the European Trade Union Federation, and just a question, and I risk embarrassing myself because I might not have understood at the on the Polish election. I saw that young people voted more, but I saw, or I understood, that young men voted much more for the Confederation, the far-right party, whereas young women voted the complete opposite, the least for the far-right party. So I guess the question is, first of all, I guess why? And then is there any benefit when you're doing campaigns to target by gender when you're doing your messaging?
Thank you very much. It was a question.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for this question. Pour l'instant, j'ai juste des...
There are certain hypotheses I'm trying to study, but what I may say is that we are living in certain crisis times of masculinity when boys or young men or men are trying to identify themselves within the society, to find their place within the society. And you can see that this panel consists only of female participants. I define it as a public policy, how to deal with this problem, how to tackle it. Confederation is a new party in a sense. In a sense of its program. For example, program concerning taxation, it offered particular things, particular issues, but they preserved certain conservative style as for values, as for family, abortion. So what we noticed among young men, we noticed that there is a tendency or trend that young men are returning towards conservative roots. And the young people are using new media and new technologies. Thank you.
There. Yeah, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Gentlemen, please raise your hand. Yeah, it's you.
I will try to keep it short. It's not
Thank you.
very easy. I agree with the focused messages on the national realities because are so different. And I try to project from our perspective, Romania. Europe did a lot of things. Freedom of movement, freedom of businesses, roaming issue, passport strength, a lot of issues which are highly appreciated by 1/4 of our population. So that is the focus. They will vote for European Union, they will support the European idea, they will have no doubt because of that. What we have to do, what we put in campaign, and that it's the question to you, for our perspective, we want Schengen because it's a national pride issue. We want visa with the United States, it's a national pride issue. I don't know how important it's for the others. This is the point. But for us, it's national proud, not because I go in the United States. It's a national proud because we are out with the Bulgarians, and we want convergence. We have high prices for food, basic products, but the wages are very low compared with other countries, in spite of the fact that we pay the same. So let's focus a little bit the messages, what we want. And starting from this, any party which wants to take this on board might bring the difference. But already you have 4 million Romanians which will vote for Europe just for that we ensure opportunities due to European Union actions in this field. And roaming can be improved, digital identity can be improved, and is not because which are subjects we cannot touch. Digital identity, it's a delicate subject. Pandemic issues, it's a delicate subject. Issues related to sovereignty, delicate subjects. Sometimes you maybe just skip it. Skip it and focus on the messages which are important in each member state, and in this way Europe will be enhanced with the things which did already. They don't have to prove anything. And let's focus on things which can improve in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was more of a comment than a question. Was there a question inside? Would you like to comment back, some of you? Okay, we will take another one. The gentleman over here.
Je vais parler en français. C'est Michel Plumelet. J'ai
I work in the parliament. I have been working in parliament since 1989. I deal with the issues concerning media. And as for contributions, for example, in Spain, recently there were elections where they encountered massive participation of young generation, of young people, because they wanted to avoid the situation that far west representatives are going to be in the head of the country. So this is something new. This is something what has not been seen in the previous campaigns. And there is one more small question. I have the feeling that for the first time, the campaign for the European Parliament elections is changing or is changed. It is a little bit more pressive. It creates more pressure because of the commitments. In my opinion, this European campaign for the elections into the parliament should be more particular, more concrete, and the reasons are, as we have mentioned, it is peace. Thank you very much for this Spanish example, but for example, in the Polish reality, it is the change of the generation which has been significant much. Maybe it's necessary to say that the two leaders, the party, the Third Way, which became a part of the coalition, is represented by younger generation than the representatives of Confederation, where there are two leaders, and these leaders belong to the younger generation. And I think that for young people, it is necessary and it is important to see people of the similar age. Donald Tusk and Mr. Kaczynski, these represent extreme, and they have been on the political scene for a long period of time. Of course, there are issues like LGBTI, the issue of abortion, policy towards women, but this generation question, this generation issue was very important. Simply, it's necessary to change the leaders of political parties. It's necessary to select persons who represent my interests.
Yeah. Just wait for the mic, please. The mic is here in front of you.
Very shortly. It worked in Poland, it worked in Spain. Why doesn't it work in Slovakia or Hungary or some other country? I mean, this focus on the societal values for the youngsters and to be involved really to go and vote and in favor and supporting.
Go ahead, Dominic.
Okay, so in terms of Slovakia, there actually was a mobilization campaign focused specifically on young people with a message, I want to stay here, because there's an real exodus of young people out of Slovakia, a brain drain, which actually succeeded in mobilizing some of the voters, and it was able to improve the participation of young people. The issue was very specific to Slovakia, that there was this like overall, disillusionment and apathy. But there was, and it worked to some extent. But again, like, for example, if it was focused, I think, personally, only on ecology or environment, for example, in Slovakia, that wouldn't work. Because these are not issues that are important for young Slovaks. And those are completely different to the issues to the youth in Netherlands, for example. So this is just to point out that it actually has to be, again, tailored to the needs of the young people in that given country.
Yeah. Laura wanted to comment.
Yeah, actually, it was just to say that it would be really good to hear the Spanish example as well at some point from the Spanish colleagues, because what we observed as We Move Europe, by our own actions and other colleagues, in Spain there were the pactos del odio, the pacts of hate, and at one point NGOs decided we can't support these pacts, which was basically between the far right and the right at the regional levels, and they said vote against the pacts of hate, and then the electoral authorities basically said you can't say that in election time, so they cut the vote. They just said no a los pactos del odio. And these kind of things, I think I don't know enough, but it feels like some really interesting hacking stuff happened in the Spanish elections that would be very interesting for this group to look into more.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Well, I would like to use this space for posing one question myself. I think it's a very important issue, at least here in Slovakia, that the official European campaigns, pre-election campaigns, are always framed in a very positive way. Always very positive. They completely omit any shortcomings, any challenges, any failures. And this is not believable for people with neutral or negative attitudes towards EU. How to deal with this? Should we think about this when we design an effective campaign, pre-election campaign, and make it more complex, or how to work with the design of communication to make it more believable and more honest, I would say. Whoever wants to start first. It's really up to you.
Juste une phrase, parce que hier, quelqu'un...
Someone here in the audience mentioned these problems. I think it is an easy thing. When you use photographs, it's good to use the photographs which are correct in the campaign. It means whether we have the photos from Poland or from Hungary, you need to have some celebrities on these photos and to show them. the celebrity campaign must be supported by the leaders, as it has been mentioned, leaders in the sense of opinions, in the sense of knowing the specifics of the particular country. We cannot approach the designing of campaign in some artificial way. We may provide the answer that so far we have not had any solutions, but we definitely are going to do our best to find the solutions.
What comes to my mind in this regard is to turn it the other way around against the most classic disinformation that is being spread is that Brussels dictates to us what to do without us having a chance to influence it. And so here is finally people have a chance to dictate Brussels via their own vote what they should do by choosing a representative who will have certain interests. And I know that again, probably it differs between the issues, but this could be my little slightly populist messaging that I might be using.
Thank you. I think it might work, especially if you would connect it with some humor. If you would do it in a funny way, it might work, in my opinion. Marta?
So when I think about segmented audiences, I can imagine that many Hungarians are very tuned into what is happening in Brussels, since they see the posters all the time. They receive the national consultation materials in their post, but also because it has become, I think, in the past few years, a real actor in Hungary, the EU institutions. And this is because many of the steps that have been taken in the political debates actually affect people's lives. So it's not very distant, but rather quite close. And there's, of course, differences about opinions on whether these are against us or in our interest as Hungarian citizens. But when it comes to, for example, young people, I think there's a large majority of young people who are worried that they will not be able to participate fully as European Union citizens in the free educational space that Europe offers. And this is certainly something that's on their mind, and they would need to be reassured that this will happen, but not to the detriment of their other interests, which are also important to them and to society. So I think that sometimes Europe really can come home. Another moment is, I think, the old promise of peace, and not only prosperity, but peace. You also talked about this, and the way to achieve that, and the way to hold on to it. So sometimes, and I think the past few years have really shown a lot of these topics where people can understand what the EU is doing for them. Pandemic, wars, economic instability. Let's see if people can really make use of that, and political parties are able to address this.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Laura, is it important to communicate in a complex, honest way about the EU?
100%. So has anyone seen the film Lego the Movie? Do you know the song, Everything is Awesome? I think we should be using everything is awesome to say everything is not awesome, right? So in Lego the Movie, they take the piss out of the fact that everything is not awesome, right? In the world nor in Europe. And so the stance, and I used that actually in one of my last emails to the community to say everything is not awesome. And our message is yes, but no, but yes. Yes, we need the European Union because the alternative is unthinkable. No, it is not on the right path, and yes, we bloody well need to fight for it, right? But because if you don't, then it's just a series of Brexits and Nexits and whatever else. Did I even say Nexit? I did not. But also, I would challenge the idea that we can dominate Brussels, because I would challenge the idea that Brussels is the problem. I give a very concrete example. We talked about violence against women, and there is a violence against women directive that is going to be signed off in a few weeks' time. 15 member states are refusing to put in a definition of rape that is about consent, instead of that is about force and women having to prove. that they have been raped. So essentially, it is the member states that are proverbially wearing the trousers in the European Union. So that's the complexity that needs to be explained. And with all of this, either we do get that nuance right, and again, this is the privilege of being part of these conversations that we have a responsibility to have with other people too, because the alternative is really a vicious circle.
Any questions from the audience? Then, yes, the gentleman over there.
Okay, again from Romania. So, if we have a problem in Romania, I didn't hear such kind of problem. So, for whom to vote? I want to vote, but for whom?
You want the answer?
Because the main two parties which are now in the power in Romania, socialists and liberals, they are, in my opinion, I think in opinion of 90% from Romanians, they are very disappointing. They are pro-European, we are pro-European, but in internal matters, in their competence to do something for the people, they are very disappointing. I'm from trade union, so for trade union is terrible. Whatever they say, nothing is doing. So what is the alternative? It's that is the sovereignist, which is coming now to 20%. So what we have to choose between these disappointing Democrats, pro-European, or one sovereignist, which I don't know what they will do. Maybe we'll do like in Hungary or something like this. So it's a very big problem. We will vote, but for whom to vote? It's some terrible opinion poll in Romania. So 90% of the people don't believe in parties, in Romanian presidency, in parliament. I'm afraid that it's a matter of democracy itself. So you don't believe in anyone, not just in European Union. 35% believe still in European Union, which is good, because in our parties, 90% don't believe in anyone. Why?
Yeah,
because of the prices, because they feel that they are somewhere up and don't have any connection with the people. So my question is, with who to vote if we don't have for whom?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really feel with you, and I'm sure that many Slovaks feel with you, especially when you mentioned the crisis of trust, which we are also going through here in Slovakia. But whom to vote? I'm really not sure if my panelists will be able to answer. So try, Laura.
I've had more than enough talking time, so let me make it really quickly. I can't comment on who to vote for in Romania, but what I can say is this. I don't think, as Dominica said before, that we should be investing in trying to get people out in every election. I think you've got to do it where it makes sense to do so. And if there's confidence problems, then there's deeper issues to be addressed in Romania. That's it.
And maybe I would just add that our role as a civil society, including trade unions, is to also do advocacy. So it's also up to us to work with different political representatives and political parties that are maybe more open to our way of seeing the world and our values, to actually incorporate also our interests and values into their programs.
Talking about politicians, I would like to ask one more question. How effectively can civil society organizations mobilize the voters if this mobilization campaign is not a top priority for the politicians themselves? Because sometimes it seems like this. For example, if you take a look at the investments in national elections and then in European elections, you see a vast difference. Me as a journalist, I am convinced that this is not a top priority. European elections are not top priority for them. They really don't they don't invest that much energy and time in this pre-election campaign before European elections. So can we really be effective trying to boost the turnout without politicians?
Justement, c'était le cas en Pologne avant ces élections.
For example, women are organized themselves. They do not have any political support, and they even didn't want politicians to support them. That's why it's necessary to start from the bottom. And I personally, I like the Century of Lights, which was very romantic. And awareness of women that organize themselves is amazing.
Will change because Hungary, as you saw on the list, was basically in the lower tier, but not the lowest, with 43%. But this time around, there will be municipal elections exactly the same day. So as a voter, when you go in, you'll...
Hongrie se trouve, il y a des changements à l'Hongrie et bien sûr la Hongrie se trouve à un niveau différent. Quand vous entrez dans une salle et vous avez beaucoup de papiers là-bas, il y a un mélange d'idées dans votre tête de différents caractères. Et de façon générale, peut-être cette participation pourrait être élevée, mais je ne suis pas sûre si le message qu'il faut aller participer aux élections européennes, que ceci va résonner dans les têtes des gens. Les élections parlementaires en Slovaquie ont déjà eu lieu, mais nous allons avoir les élections présidentielles l'année prochaine, quand on aura les élections européennes. On investit pas mal dans les campagnes. Quand on parle des médias sociaux, nous, en tant qu'une association civile, nous n'avons certainement pas les fonds pouvant nous permettre de financer les campagnes comparables aux campagnes des partis politiques. Donc, si vous n'avez pas de fonds financiers, ça peut être une opportunité pour nous d'encourager une société civile pour leur compléter justement les sources ou des fonds investis. D'autres questions encore? Oui, il y a encore une question là-bas au fond. Oui, j'ai une question concernant les modalités de vote, parce que d'habitude, les élections ont été simples, les partis ont mené leur propre campagne, qui ont voulu changer de différentes choses, mais maintenant on ne voit plus cette activité en Europe. Les populistes, ils ont une très bonne stratégie, que l'Europe est très loin de nous. Ceci avait marché depuis des années et la mise en place de cette distance ou de cette lacune entre les populations et l'Europe, ça se trouve dans de différents domaines et c'est justement les populistes qui remplissent cette lacune. Et la société civile, elle doit faire ce travail pour eux. Nous devons motiver les gens, mais nous avons besoin d'un certain enthousiasme parce que la politique, ce n'est pas seulement les graphiques. La politique, c'est aussi émotionnel. Il s'agit de nos sensations et de nos sentiments. C'est pour ça qu'on vote pour soit la gauche, soit la droite. Nous devons avoir la motivation pour changer le système. C'est de cela qu'il s'agit dans la politique. On veut changer quelque chose, on veut obtenir quelque chose et c'est donc nécessaire. Le rôle de la société civile, c'est de pousser le système politique vers de nouvelles idées, vers le travail concernant les mesures pour le changement climatique. Il faut qu'on discute, il faut que les gens soient plutôt enthousiastes parce que autrement les gens donnent leur voix à ceux qui font plus de cris. Bien sûr, ça fonctionne comme ça à Irlande, donc je peux répondre. C'est une bonne question, mais je ne sais pas si c'est une question qui concerne tellement la société civile qui devrait motiver les gens. Mais il faut qu'en réalité, ça existe ancré quelque part parce que cette lacune, elle est très profonde, elle est très grande. En 2020, nous avons complètement oublié la crise de Covid. On a eu atterrissages des hélicoptères à Athènes, on a vu les représentants de la Grèce, car la Grèce était un parmi des barrières de protection, parmi les premières barrières de protection contre les migrants en Europe. Avant, j'ai pas vu de migrants du tout avant qu'on avait commencé aux Athènes avec cette crise. Les gens de Dublin qui sont venus là pour la première fois et qui ont parlé pour la première fois avec les migrants, ça a été un problème. Je ne veux pas dire que tous les politiciens sont de cette façon-là, qu'on peut voir que tout se passe comme ça, mais c'est justement cette lacune et il faut la voir. Je pense que ça, c'est une bonne dernière remarque dans notre débat, dans notre échange. J'espère que c'était vraiment très intéressant pour vous tous. Nous avons maintenant la pause de déjeuner et j'espère que nous tous, nous allons revenir pour la troisième table ronde qui va concerner les jeunes. Et dans vos programmes, il y a une faute. Et donc, on commence avec notre troisième table ronde à 13h30 et non pas à 13h. Donc, soyons là à 13h30 et non pas à 13h pile. Et donc, nous avons 1 heure pour le déjeuner. S'il vous plaît, ne soyez pas en retard parce que l'animateur futur est là à 13h30.
speaking. We'll wait just a few more moments for those who enjoy.
Donc, nous allons encore attendre quelques minutes pour que tout le monde puisse prendre la place, mais il faut quand même laisser les collègues de finir leur déjeuner.
And very welcome to all of you to this final session after lunch, quite a challenge to moderate, which is titled Pitching for the Future, How to Turn Out Young People. I think if we're going to talk about elections, Europe and young people, that deserves an applause. Excellent. Now, just to energize you just a little more before I delve into the intricacies of this topic, how about you turn to anyone sitting next to you, preferably someone you don't know yet, and take the wall. You're going to talk to that one.
Yes, it's sometimes better.
It's sometimes better. All right. And you share what is the one key point that you take away from the discussions you've had so far. Take 30 seconds each. And 1, 2, 3, go for it. All right, try to conclude. I'll take a few very quick samples. Can you stand up? All right. She will say her name, then you give her an applause, and she shares with you the one key point. No, first the name, Your name is?
Allegra. So I think for me it's how approaching European elections varies among countries. And so both in terms of campaigning, but also in terms of European values.
Excellent, taking into account the national context. Thank you very much, Allegra. Then I'll move to this gentleman here. Could I ask you to stand up? All right. Name, applause, key point.
Yes, Kamil Turecki from Onet Poland. And the first thing that people should, in terms of European elections, that should focus on, not in general on problems from that we have in Europe, but we should focus on different problems from different single states, right? So just to catch the attention of the people, to get to their minds, right?
Excellent. Kind of echoes Allegra's point, I think. So this seems to be a very important one. My very last sample. Thank you very much for telling us your name.
Sure. Annalena. Okay, we actually had a very similar point in the first one. So be pro Europe, definitely like in everything that you do, like very optimistic. But the second thing, to really have a campaign that is based on a national, local context.
Excellent. Thank you. Now I expect this national and local context to be very much present in the final report. All right, thank you so much for this. Oh, how about I introduce myself? My name is Ali El Jabri. I'm a professional moderator and presenter. I have a background in academia and journalism. I'm a former lecturer of public policy at The Hague University and TV correspondent for Associated Press News in Europe, among other experiences in journalism. It's a great honor to be with you, and I look forward to learning from you during the panel. So what is the focus of the panel? A recent survey carried out in 6 EU countries, including Slovakia, suggests that about 36% of young people in the EU are lukewarm about voting in the forthcoming European elections, which has to do with the following. Up to 50% of Europeans aged between 18 and 25 are feeling abandoned by mainstream politics and the EU. More than 70% of them are convinced that Europe does not understand their life and does not represent them. Their participation obviously is crucial, not just to the next elections, but also the future of European democracy. I'm quite sure you agree. So what will we discuss here? What can we do to ensure that young people turn out in force in the next and future elections? And the panel will also look at where to reach out to young people, so in what context, and how to encourage them to participate in democracy. The format is as follows. We'll have a number of presentations. We'll show you a video. I'll be asking some questions to the panelists, whom I'll introduce to you in due time. And after that, we open the floor for your hopefully very active participation and interaction. Thank you so much for being with us again. Let us start with the first speaker, who is joining us online. I'll take a seat. She was supposed to be with us here, but then felt not... You're absolutely right, I stand corrected. So before we go to the online speaker, we in fact have an introductory speech, thanks a lot. And the speaker is chair of the EU group at the European Economic and Social Committee. She has over 10 years of experience in the youth sector. I'm very happy to give the floor to Katrina Laitane.
Whatever you prefer. Okay, can you hear me well? Yes, okay, so this... You have to hear me, so it's... Okay, so good afternoon, dear all. Okay, really? Okay.
We do what the audience asks.
Okay. Thank you, Vitalis, for this slight connection. Okay, so dear all, first of all, it's my pleasure to be here today and to speak at the EU Seminar 2023 on the upcoming European elections. Nothing about us without us is the first rule we have to bear in mind when we speak about young people, because there should be no debate without involving actually young people. Therefore, I would like to congratulate Federica, Benedetta, Carolina, Allegra for winning the 2022 EU Future Initiative. You to actively join discussions. Also, I would like to welcome fellow important for young people have changed modes of participation, not engagement. However, when asked about making their voice heard, 69% consider voting in national European elections way to do so. I kind of to pay attention to mobilize it refers to line rest percent only through focus their more young people in the EU public social issues online. Social media remains the channel for young people's political engagement, then digital strategies should play a central part in our attempt to strengthen their political voice. We must give youth the tools to navigate in a political sphere that fails to listen and fails to reflect the understanding of politics. Although we need to acknowledge different forms of political engagement of young people, we must always ensure that voting remains at their repertoire. Voting should be easy for everyone, including persons with disabilities and other vulnerable groups. Democracy starts in family. And according to the European Parliament Youth Survey, 85% discuss politics when they get together with friends. But beyond this unity, it's important to have efficient participatory mechanisms available for young people at all levels and which are aligned with democratic principles and are tailored to the needs of young people. The complexity of the EU policy-making system and EU jargon alienate young people. Nevertheless, it is not young people's responsibility to try to understand the EU politics. It is ours to make EU politics relate to their lives of young people. Youth civil society organizations in Europe hold a long tradition of providing young people with the knowledge and skills to participate in institutional politics. If there's a will, there's always a way. And democracy gives us space for innovations to test different mechanisms. In case of the committee, there are several good initiatives all pupils from all EU member states and candidate countries to connect with the EU and work together to draft recommendations which are presented to other EU institutions afterwards. Furthermore, the committee includes a youth delegate in its COP delegation since 2021 and guarantees that the climate crisis accounts for the views of those most affected by it. For instance, youth and the next generations. The committee has established the EESC Youth Group with a clear mandate to promote meaningful and structured youth engagements in the committee and is piloting EU Youth Test, which is a tool designed to mainstream youth into policy making in order to ensure young people's perspectives are included across policy areas. The committee has held a multiple of events, including webinars to give a platform for dialogue and empower youth to raise their opinions on issues such as the implementation of sustainable development, youth policy in the Western Balkans, and rural development. Having given you an overview of lessons learned at the committee, I invite you to also share your perspectives on how to mobilize young people around the elections. European youth is not turning back on politics, but they are rejecting its institutional practices that they often leave them behind. If you want youth to be a part of this next chapter of the European project, then let us together make the EU more relatable, prioritize the concerns of youth, give them the tools and the platforms to speak up and to participate. Thank you very much.
Katrina, thank you very much for your excellent introduction. Now we do have our online speaker, founder and associate director of WIDE, as well as professor of strategic planning at EESC, the Institute for Higher Studies of Social Communications in Brussels. She is joining us online. She'll speak for about 5 minutes. Please give her an applause before she takes the floor. Can we see Martine maybe one more time, just to know how she looks? Martine Klerks. Martine, how are you? Hold on, you're muted.
I'm ill, but I'm fine to be with you on this interesting subject. I will present you the results of a survey we made on young Europeans, and I will share my presentation now. I hope it will be interesting and useful for Europe. Sorry, but I always I can quit my I have to quit. It was working 2 minutes ago.
Martine, we will share the presentation from our side. So let's try that. And when you want to click to the next slide, you just say next slide.
Okay. It works 2 minutes ago. I don't know why it doesn't work. No, go.
All right, Martine, can you see the slide?
Okay, we can go to the next slide because that was the introduction that you already done. The fact effectively that we had a lot of people and the number of countries you already told that to the assistants in the introduction, so we can skip that. We can go to the next slide. Yes, we were really struck by the result of the survey because we see that we have a high level of young Europeans that feel abandoned, and that even the driving forces and place to the people who feel like misfits.
Of her work, speaker, international affairs, is a future fellow member of Adriatic Digital Media. Worked a series of her name is Ivan Dragicevic, and we'd like to actually show you a 6-clip of her people in Europe and voting. Here it is.
I think that we younger people should be more active in politics because we are the future of our society. So we need to know what's going on in the world, and we need to make decisions because all the people, they already lived their life. They're not going to be there for us. We need to take care of our health for us.
The biggest struggle of youth in Czech Republic is to be taken seriously because older people in Czech Republic do not think that the youth can govern well enough and represent itself enough well.
They're not recognized by political parties and by politicians as an electorate that they need to, address specifically, talk about their issues and so on. And I think that's a challenge because, as much as we can do as civil society engagement and mobilizing young people for participating in elections, if the politicians, if the ones that they have to vote for, they're not addressing them or they don't speak directly to them, then it's like, a dialogue of people who don't speak the same language.
If you look, for example, what just happened now in the United States, where it was the young who rejected the far right, who rejected the Republican Party, the anti-abortionists. So there has been a change. In Europe at the moment, it plays out a little bit differently. If you look at it, amongst Gen Z, the data that I have seen, and of course a bit difficult to see whether they're really true, but the data that I have seen tell us that amongst Gen Z in most European countries, far-right parties were the party they voted most for.
Раз, два, три! Ура! Ура! Ура!
the hate, set up guardrails, and enforce them. Many parts of the internet are becoming toxic waste dumps for hate and vicious lies. They are profit-driven catalysts for moving extremism from the margins to the mainstream. By using algorithms that amplify hate to keep users glued to their screens, social media platforms are complicit. And so are the advertisers subsidizing this business model.
We need to recreate this trust to the system. And for the moment, it's really complicated. It's really complicated because these young people, they have some experience in their life. They see directly people from politics. They don't understand what is their life, you know. And this is why it's important to work to create this new trust, because like that it's really complicated to do something, you know, because they stop to believe in the political, they stop to believe in the system, and they feel very alone. It's complicated when you are 20, 21, 25, and you feel alone, you know. How you can trust your system, your government, your city when you feel alone, because no one understands you.
We are desperate, we are scared, we are angry. As a young person, I'm terrified I'm going to be denied the right to grow old. I'm terrified I'm going to live in constant fear of climate disaster. I'm terrified I won't have access to food or clean water. Millions in the global south are already living the realities of these fears, the people that have done the least to cause the climate crisis.
Ivana, join me on stage. Excellent work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is a part of a 6-piece TV series that was done during last year when I was Europe's Future Fellow at the Institute of Social Science in Vienna, and I did it for my TV, which is CNN affiliate for Adria Balkans region, and I've named my final essay, which you can read on Europe's Future site, quoted the song by Nick Cave. We heard fantastic survey, which basically reflects the feeling of today, okay? The Zeitgeist in the Zeitenwende. And the Zeitgeist in the Zeitenwende was shown in political world already very hard in our face in 2016 with Brexit and with Trump. And we are sitting here in 2023, again very surprised and asking ourselves, oh my God, what's going on? It happened. This is the new reality. You know, experiencing this repeating oblivious behavior every day for me as a journalist has become really difficult to grasp. And that is why, after almost 30 years of dealing with old guys as a foreign affairs reporter, I've turned to youth, right because of these reasons that were explained excellently in this survey. I think this survey is really talking the language which young people can understand, because no one is hugging them, no one is giving them a hand, no one is trying to understand their language. The youngest places of Europe, who knows which regions or which places in European Union are the youngest? Any suggestions? by Eurostat survey this spring. Urban regions of France and Belgium, and Ceuta and Melilla, so ex-territorial parts of Spain, which we know what they are famous for. What are the oldest part, and 3 regions of Ireland. What are the oldest part of Europe? Eastern Germany, south of France. So when you look how this basically spills over to politics, or electoral politics, we see what is the main problem of the grievances. We are the old continent, we are getting older. In our south, we have 1 billion people who are younger than 35 by 2050, so our southern neighborhood, Africa. And this old continent has restrictive migration policies. This old continent has completely excluded groups of society in these regions, which we mentioned and which I talked with the guy who is CEO of Mall & Geek, the startup in notorious Brussels, a neighborhood Molenbeek. And, you know, we are talking to best pupils in the class. We have them. They're on the side of Europe. They're Erasmus users. They're fine. Who knows who is Andrew Tate? Raise your hand. Okay. So this is why, you know, they're the guys who target young men in Europe. They are the guys who target their grievances. And what we heard yesterday, this will be my last point for this short introduction, is yes, we really do have to go after big tech. And we really, what was advocated yesterday, need to ban addictive algorithms. And I propose here for the first time, it popped in my mind last night, the pan-European campaign, it's new heroin, because it is new heroin. And we have huge problem today that through TikToks, the cognitive, I cannot use this word because it's a very dirty word, the huge mind something, you know what I mean, mind F, was done already to the new generations. And educational system cannot go in pace of accelerating reality as, you know, these things are going and affecting all of us, which we heard yesterday in this information panel. And today, how many problems there is to explain the seductive, appeal of Europe, which is by Greek mythology raped Phoenician princess by a god in a body of a bull. So we really do have a huge problem, and it's not going to be solved, unfortunately, here, but to repeat what was said in the previous panel, we need a new, grassroots, empathetic, new concept of democratic involvement with the generation to come, because the democracy as we knew it, democracy of political parties, democracy of electoral politics, will disappear somewhere in this world, and maybe we will have Putinesque Europe or some big tech Musk Europe, where this new tech god will govern us all, and some other god then help us all.
Thank you very much, Ivana. Very realistic, but very important. And we'll come back to you and hear more from you, perhaps also on the solution side during the panel. One more applause for Ivana. I'm very excited about the next part, which will be 4 speakers giving you a presentation. And they are the winners of the Future EU Initiative, a student-led initiative supported by the Civic Alliance, the Jacques Delors Center, and the Harty School in Berlin. The goal of the initiative is to bridge the policy conversation gap between European classrooms and Brussels, and to contribute to the debate on shaping the EU of the future. The project that they proposed and that was chosen as the winning project is titled "This Time I've Voted, but Am I Represented?" It's not just a proposal, but it's also a policy brief that they wrote, which helps us better understand the proposal and find ways to implement it. They study at the Università Bocconi in Milan, and Sciences Po in Paris. And their names are Federica Bellato, Benedetta Correa, Carolina Guerra, and Allegra Semanzato. Please give them an applause.
Hello, can you hear me well? Perfect. So I want to thank very much for the introduction, and thank you to the European Economic and Social Committee for inviting us to speak at this seminar. It's very exciting for us. It's truly an honor to be able to present the proposal that we put together for the future EU competition. And this was one of the flagship initiatives of the Civic Alliance of European Universities in the Social Science. And our idea was selected and it was published by the Jacques Delors Center. This time I'm voting was the slogan of the 2019 elections. European citizens were called to vote to elect their representatives in the European Parliament. And as was often mentioned in these 2 days, the last elections were marked by a notable increase in turnout, and especially youth turnout. And this signaled the desire of younger generations to participate in European politics, a desire that is still on the rise, as was shown yesterday by Mr. Schulmeister. And yet young people make up still an extremely small percentage of European parliamentarians. And that's why the title of our proposal is "This Time I Voted, but Am I Represented?" To tackle the issue of underrepresentation of young people in European policymaking, we advocate the introduction of youth quotas in the European Parliament. The importance of youth engagement in elections was highlighted very often in these last 2 days, but also in recent debates around electoral law reforms. And we also welcome more targeted initiatives such as the European Economic and Social Committee's EU Youth Test to evaluate the impact of new law proposals on the youth. But there is still much more that we can do in terms of youth representation. Young people have often been defined as a politically excluded majority, and this is also true for European institutions. As of 2022, the share of MEPs under 35 is 6.6. This is very far from the percentage of Europeans in the same age cohort, which is more than 20% in 2022. And today, the average age of MEPs is around 50 years old. So there is an evident mismatch between the percentage of young MEPs and the percentage of Europeans in the same age cohort. This implies a gap in descriptive representation with important policy implications. The political marginalization of the youth is a potential barrier to the fair representation of their interests, especially in a context, as was mentioned before, of demographic change, a rapidly aging population, the age of the median voter on the rise, which implies less political weight potentially being attributed to the interests of young people. And this constitutes a real issue in terms of democratic legitimacy.
So, to clarify, descriptive representation boils down to how well a legislator mirrors the characteristics, the shared experiences, and the common interest of the people they represent. Like it was mentioned earlier today, indeed, this enables legislators to advocate for issues that are closer to the individuals they serve. Having more young parliamentarians, in this case, would increase both the de facto but also the perceived legitimacy of policy decisions. This is to say that having more and better representation of younger cohorts in the parliament would not only make them feel more heard, but also more willing to accept policy decisions and policy outcomes. While it is not automatic that younger MEPs would eventually advocate for issues that are of greater concerns for young Europeans, evidence suggests that descriptive representation is beneficial to those being represented. For instance, when gender quotas were implemented, policies that are closer to women's interests have become more central to parliamentarians' agendas, such as with improved childcare provisions. But let's now turn to why it is essential to close this representation gap and reduce the political marginalization of the youth. Literature and surveys show that young people have distinct policy preferences compared to older cohorts. using 2021 Eurobarometer data, we have shown that young people, that there is a cleavage actually between the young and older generations in terms of political inclinations. For instance, when asked about the most important issues facing the EU today, as the age increased, fewer respondents actually chose the environment and climate change, while more Europeans chose public finances on average. This is to say that if different ages mean also different preferences, but also different interests. And more generally, the socioeconomic challenges that young adults face in legislature today are like high rates of unemployment, but also mental health issues, may be sidelined in the parliaments themselves because there is no young engagement and young people don't actually have the political power. So this is a risk, especially today, when we have seen that in recent years, young people have actually been greatly affected by certain socioeconomic shocks, like COVID-19.
Okay, so we've seen why it is crucial to close this representation gap. And now you may ask yourselves, well, if young people are so eager to be represented, then why don't they just get into politics? Why does this lack of representation persist? Well, young politicians find it difficult to run for parliamentary seats because they face big systemic structural entry barriers, both formal and informal, that prevent their active participation. Think, for instance, of national electoral laws that impose high age requirements to vote and to run for office. Consider that throughout the EU, the age requirement to be an eligible candidate spans from 18 to 25 in Italy and Greece. Another big obstacle is campaign financing. Running for a parliamentary seat is not cheap, and young politicians are also not fully included often in established, consolidated networks that could endorse them. Overall, these factors surely undermine the chances of being elected for young politicians, but they may also even discourage them from running in the first place. So to address these issues and ensure that the interests of young politicians and young people are adequately represented, we call for the introduction of youth quotas. These have already been adopted in many countries worldwide, including in Europe by some national parties, specifically in Sweden and Germany. Quotas can be applied in a number of ways, but here we argue for legislative candidate quotas. Legislative candidate quotas mandate that a minimum number of candidates are of the underrepresented group. Concretely, we recommend that the percentage of MEPs under the age of 35 reflects the real share of that age cohort in the European population at the time of elections. And as we've just seen, this does not hold currently, and only around 50 out of more than 700 MEPs are under 35. So we know that quotas cannot be implemented in time for the 2024 elections, but it is crucial that we start talking about these issues so that it enters the agendas of MEPs in the next legislature.
So why do we think that youth quotas are a useful instrument? First of all, their introduction is a quick mechanism to close the representation gap that doesn't prevent meritocratic selection, since candidates are still subject to fierce competition to win a seat in the parliament. Also, where gender quotas are in place, youth quotas would apply on top, and these two types of quotas can further reinforce each other in a positive manner by promoting the idea of youth and gender as cross-cutting identities. We've just heard this morning how, in the case of Poland, not only young, but specifically young women are more pro-European, for example. And we believe that the first step to ensuring that younger generations have a say in European politics is to guarantee they have a seat at the table. The implementation of youth quotas can allow this through a trickle-down effect. So by increasing the share of young MEPs means increasing the extent to which they can be spokespersons for young Europeans. And this would in turn encourage young individuals to participate more actively in politics. Indeed, if the younger cohorts are better represented, we can expect even higher turnout in the European elections. Lastly, quotas would lead to a more age-diverse parliament, which is better able to represent the various range of concerns of Europeans. Indeed, if more young are in parliament, this can lead to faster shift in policy priorities, given the different perceptions of the urgency of some issues, as we have seen with the graphs. And more diversity in the parliament can also foster innovation and change, effectively translating into better European legislation overall. So in conclusion, youth quotas ensure that Europe can be more responsive to the demands of young individuals, who would then have equal opportunity to contribute to the decision-making process. This would foster democracy and trust in the European institutions, and these are two key words that we have heard many times in these past few days. We have voted in 2019, now it's up to European institutions to act. Thank you very much for your attention, and we encourage you to go read our full policy brief to see how we concretely propose to implement the policy in the European Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And given the quality of your work and presentation, I don't need further persuasion to support quota for young folks in the European Parliament. Thank you very much, and we'll hear more from you during the panel discussion. I now invite the next speaker to come and join me on stage. Nika, please come and join me on stage, if you will. No worries. Nika Kovac is founding director of the 8th of March Research Institute in Slovenia, a member of the 2020 class of the Obama Foundation Leaders Program in Europe, as well as an author. Please give her an applause. Nika, you led the campaign against Slovenia's Water Act, which sought to privatize waters in Slovenia. In a national referendum, about 87% of the eligible voters voted against the Water Act. And you have managed to mobilize a lot of voters, including young voters. Could you talk a little about that experience, how you've approached it, and why you think it worked?
Okay, hi to all of you. I'm coming from an organization called Institute 8th of March, and the organization is mostly made out of women under 35 years old, and in one moment we just had enough. We had at that time different government, it was authoritarian government, and we were every Friday on the protests. And in one moment we realized that it's not enough to be angry, it's not enough to protest, to write slogans, but that you need to take an action and to do something and to have an agenda which is alternative and which you offer to the people. So basically we decided to call a referendum to protect Slovenian water and nature, and we needed to collect 40,000 signatures on the street to do this. We succeeded, and we were the first organization, which is not like church organization, who did it, and the referendum was being called. And one day before referendum, I realized that we don't have any money, we don't have any foreign advisors, we don't have any PR agencies. We were just like a group of really young people trying to do something. So we developed a different kind of campaigning. We asked people to help us to write letters to the neighbors. So thousands of Slovenians wrote handwritten letters to the neighbors about the importance of water.
Am I right? You did this one day before the actual vote?
Yeah, no, this was like a big campaign. So
right, okay.
We were asking people to write the letters. We organized a trade union of taxi drivers to drive people for free to the elections. We made a deal with pizza delivery companies so that when they brought pizza to people, they give them the leaflet. And what we also did was that we all the time were brutally honest about the whole campaign. And we were saying, like, when politicians lied, we told that they're lying. When politicians were doing nasty stuff, we told that they're doing this. And even when we were attacked physically in the middle of the campaign, we didn't stop. We kept talking about it. a miracle happened. More than half of the voting body came, and we won by 87%. And I think this was the beginning of like democratic movement in Slovenia, because people saw that their vote matters, and we had 25% higher turnout on the national elections, mostly of young people, and we also led another state referendum where we won in every single city.
I was counting to 3. If you had not clapped, I would have asked you to. Congratulations, of course, and thank you very much for explaining. Could you please help us better understand what the success factors were pertaining to mobilizing young people? So one success factor is obviously that you yourselves, those leading the campaigns, were young, which dovetails with a lot of things that we've heard. What else would you say are success factors that we could use when we try and mobilize voters for the EU elections?
I think that like one of the key factors was that we didn't communicate with young people as they're young people, which often happens in that kind of campaigns, and it's just cringe. We just took young people as grown-ups who are smart, who are understanding politics, and who knows what needs to be done. So we had like really direct and honest communication. We didn't try to make things easier for them, because they don't need this. And we also never said that this is a youth-led campaign. But what we did is that we allowed ourselves to be creative. We allowed ourselves to organize also parties, to organize like all sorts of activities, which made the elections exciting.
Give us one very concrete example.
So for example, like we have preliminary voting in Slovenia, and we realized that people are not excited about it. So we asked 3 Slovenian bands to be in the car and to compete for 3 hours between each other, like who will pick up more voters, and brought them to the polling stations, and we were doing live streams of this competition. When we were doing referendum about the politicization of Slovenian national television, we asked Slovenian TV stars to give away burek. This is like a Slovenian dish which you eat when you go out, and you usually, like Balkan dish, sorry. But basically, like they were giving out this. But what I want to also say is that I think it's a mistake that we are saying that the future is focused on youth. Our experiences, and we have 30,000 members, that half of the members are really young, so under 30, who are students who have time, and other half are people who are older than 70. And these 2 groups work amazingly together. All our campaigns were won in this intergenerational collaboration, which is often forgotten, and which is the best that you can get.
Excellent. Thank you very much so far, and I look forward to having you in the panel in a bit.
Thank you.
Another applause, please. My last guest for now is Corina. Please join us on stage. Wherever you prefer. So Corina Pirvulescu has works at Civics International and specializes in mobilizing young voters in the EU, but also in the United States. Please welcome her with your warm applause. So can you please tell us a little more about why you're working on both sides of the Atlantic?
Sure. So thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here. Civics International actually is an initiative that will be launched early next year, specifically because it focuses on mobilizing young voters in US and in Europe, and connecting the electoral experiences of young people on the 2 sides of the Atlantic. So it's not launched yet if you want to look it up. But we think it's important, and maybe just to give you a bit of context, it comes up because I was doing a fellowship in the US, and I've been working on mobilizing young voters in Europe since Romania joined EU, basically. And so I noticed, and I worked with people there, I noticed that there's a lot to learn from each other. And sorry, the question was, why is important?
Exactly. So what can we learn from each other? Because it's not the first thing that comes to my mind. When I think about mobilizing EU voters, I focus on the EU, but you're working on both sides of the Atlantic. So what's the advantage? How are you approaching it? And why will it work for us here in Europe?
Mm-hmm. So I think it's a lot to learn from US, but also US can learn a lot from Europe. For instance, as Nika was mentioning, there's a lot of excitement around politics in the US. I think we can make a celebration out of the fact that we are going to vote and we have the opportunity and to celebrate our right to vote. So you would see a lot of, for instance, parade to the polls that we did in Chicago, specifically engaging public figures and so on. Then I think, and I take advantage because there's also a lot of employers in the room, so you can celebrate it not only with young people, but also with your employees and with everyone who has the right to vote. Then I think something that it's very interesting and good, and we should do it in Europe, I think journalists really here have a role to play, is that you show not only the projections of how many people are, the turnout of vote, but also the potential of changing and swaying the outcome of the election. So the moment that you show the youth vote, how it can change the outcome of elections, the message that you're sending is that your vote has power and this is what you can do if you turn out to vote. And in the US, you have from Harvard, who is doing this kind of projections, to CNN, who is constantly reporting on what happens when young voters turn to vote. Then I think we need more data. In the US, you have voices which are underrepresented, like Black and Brown and Latino vote, and then you can really show how this can influence elections. Unfortunately, in Europe, we don't really gather this kind of data, but we should ask ourselves which voices are heard more than others in society.
So we've talked a lot about what can be improved. This is my last question before I invite the panel to come forward. But perhaps we're already in Europe doing many things pertaining to young voters that are very good. So what is it that the US can learn from us?
I think the first thing and the main thing is access to institutions. What I've noticed is that institutions are much more open in Europe to set up youth panels, as we see here, to give grants to European organizations and youth-led organizations, and to identify young voters and young citizens as a specific target, which doesn't really happen at the institutional level in the US.
Just out of curiosity, are voters more active in the US or in Europe?
I think in the US, and I think it's a question of funding. In the US, you have much more private funding, which also allows for creative campaigning. Whereas in the EU, you have, like we saw yesterday with the European Parliament, they do give grants, but then it's a very strict rules to how you have to campaign, how you have to participate, and also there's a question of who has access to those money and to those grants. And that's why we see that a lot of groups are underrepresented, especially minority groups.
Excellent, Corina. Thank you very much. While you clap for Corina, the members of the panel can come forward and take their seats. May I please ask the tech team to come and help us move away the lectern so I am visible to the audience. Thank you very much. So the panelists, if you could please come forward and take your seat, that would be excellent. Thank you very much. I think you should leave it. We have one more speaker afterwards. Excellent. Quite a sizable, very quality panel.
Women, I don't know how you we'll identify ourselves, Ali, but we can get you into Women's Club if you want.
Wow, that's a big honor. Thank you very much. I purposefully sat on the side to highlight that a little more. Very happy with your presence and your contributions so far. I'll immediately turn to the room and see if there are questions And comments, please raise your hand and a microphone will reach you.
Can we have the flow going between us first? Because audience is far away still. So can we have a wrap-up session of all that we heard?
Let's start with the audience, perhaps, and we'll get to a wrap-up session. Yes, there's a question or comment in the back. Please introduce yourself.
Well, my name is Stella. I'm representing an NGO which works with the youth and youth work. Maybe I would like to ask how to inspire young people to get into the politics, because they watch it, they feeling it, but they don't want to get engaged in it because they feel like they are not heard, as you said, all of you. But maybe how to persuade them or how to change their minds, how to get into it and how to be more active in it. Thank you.
Do you mean perhaps as a candidate?
Yes.
Not necessarily only as a voter, so as an active participant in democracy. Okay, excellent. Who wishes to respond to that one?
So old political parties, or let's call them traditional political parties, I cannot say that they failed because we have very bright examples in Europe, especially on the female side, as the former Finnish Prime Minister Sanna Marin, for example. But as a backlash to what she represented, we also saw a huge campaign against her, which articulated in this attack. Okay, she's a woman, she dances and has fun with her friends. Okay, what's wrong with that? So the guys who are trying to pull in young people on their side are predominantly populist and right-wing. They're on TikTok. In Croatia, we have a guy who is a young politician, former MP, who goes every day in front of 5 high schools, and we have a huge issue now with that. And the kids, you know, he makes videos with them. Then kids like he is like the main star within young people. Mm-hmm. What we saw from their presentation, that is the huge problem in Europe. For example, Greece, which lowered the voting age at 17, you cannot go and put yourself on a list until you're 25, which is absurd.
Okay.
And this is something, you know, we need to address. But if you don't have youth as a equal, not youth in the party and the party membership. Yesterday, this word was used 2 times. I can use it today. It's bullshit. We need to have equal footing. We are 18+ citizens that have equal rights as citizens, and there is no youth and this and that. But we need to approach to us as a whole, and then within that we can find our differences in policies or have these gaps, which Nika explained, you know, to join intergenerational things. And I think that is the only way, and to be what she said, frank, open, whatever, you know, side you're representing. Because anti-establishment, anti-European, populist, hardcore right-wing that destroy everything that is value-based in Europe are the ones who are getting the game. We are not. Okay. We are boring. We are very boring.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that contribution. Turning to the winners of the Future EU project, since you're proposing to have more young European parliamentarians, have you thought about this question? Let's see if we can have, can we have an additional microphone up here, perhaps?
Yeah, it's working. I believe it's a vicious cycle because I think there are already many valid candidates that are young. It's just that with all the barriers we've seen, they often struggle to get to higher positions, maybe to get to parliament, to get to places where they are actually visible and heard. And this, in turn, impairs the youngest to actually feel like, okay, I can get into politics, because if I don't see anybody in politics, then I'm a bit more discouraged. But there are people there. So it's this vicious cycle that in some way our proposal addresses, but yeah, this would be my...
So it's not so much the motivation of young people to join politics, but it's the obstacles that stop them, and that leads to a vicious cycle, perhaps, in addition from the two of you?
Yeah, it's just to clarify that, I mean, we need to talk about symbolic representation, and if you don't see the people that represent you, you're not going to engage with them because you see them as being too distant and too different from you. So you need to see that they are there and that they can engage with you in order to then even show up to vote and be more close to actual politics.
Thanks very much. Back to the room.
Well, so thank you so much for the word. So I might have a question for the overall panel. So,
What's your name?
My name is Nina, and I also and I'm from the Model European Parliament Slovakia, which is a youth organization. We also work as an NGO, and we're basically a group of high schoolers who organize a conference every single year, simulating the work of the European Parliament. So maybe, and we're also an apolitical organization. So maybe one question that I would have for the panel is, especially when it comes to the EU elections, it might be very difficult to sometimes stay apolitical, especially when it comes to promoting the elections of the European Union, which in itself is a political organization. So I would maybe just have a question in regards to your own work and your own experience. How do you maybe manage to stay apolitical in regards to promoting the, whether from your experience of the national election or the European election as itself? And I also had one more question. Oh yeah, and how, maybe from your own experience as well, how do you maybe deal with the negative backlash that you might receive from promoting, such political activities as an election? Because, for example, our team and our group, we are still in high school, so we do not have maybe the first-hand experience with the EU. We did visit some of the institutions. We do have contacts. However, we've never really worked in the EU sector directly. So maybe just from your experience, and thank you.
Thank you very much for those excellent questions. I'll start with Nika, and then I'd like to turn to Martine, who is online. So perhaps you could bring her up as we give the floor to Nika.
Is it working? Yes. My opinion is different. I think that everything we do is political. And I think that there's no chance that you will be apolitical. Because whenever we take a stand, we act politically. Whenever we lead a campaign, we act politically. If we are quiet about a topic, we are also allowing the topic to remain in the public, and it's also a political stand. So in my organization, we decided to turn the things on head and do it differently. And we always say that we are very political, and we admit that we talk with politicians. We always, when we go to a meeting with politicians, we take a photo and we explain what the meeting was about. Even before the national elections, we were really clear that we are not supporting the party of the ex-prime minister. But how we do it, and what I think gives us the transparency, is that we do it through content. So whenever we talk with politicians, we talk about certain issues, and we really want to know what kind of values they have around them, and we hold them accountable. So it is also possible that we will be really best allies in one campaign with one party, but in the next situation we will fight with each other. About the backlash, I have really bad experience with this, because our work is really public, and we are the most visible organization in Slovenia, and I am the main face of it. I have many cases of death threats at the court. Some people even came to the court and say that they want to kill me, and admitted it. I was physically attacked on the street. There was a period when I couldn't walk around without bodyguard, and in some moments I needed to sleep in a hotel because some people know where I live, and they were threatening me in front of the apartment. But what I always say is that when you stand up for a value, when you stand up for an idea, it's more important than you. And I always say that if something happens to me in 1 year, 2 years, the idea in which we believe, with the idea of solidarity, community, future which we own, will live further. And there are much more smarter, brillianter Nikas behind me who will step in front and fight. So that's how I handle it.
That's a very impressive spirit, Nika, but certainly I hope to see you on the next panel. I'd like to turn to Martine, is that okay?
Yes.
Martine, how are you doing?
Fine.
Excellent. So I think this question also ties into some of the things you were saying. You explained, based on your excellent survey, that some of the youth who feel alienated from Europe are actually Eurosceptic. They might be, if it's all right to use that term, on the right side of the political spectrum, and they might consider any choice to support European elections as a political choice that they oppose, and so perhaps 80 to 90% of all the ideas we're proposing will actually alienate them even more. This is a thought that could apply, isn't it?
this is a thought that could apply, but I think young people are smart, and they could be, and I think we really have to understand that we have to start from their concern. We have to start from their concern, and we have to enter with their entourage. That's very important. For instance, the importance of TikTok, of Twitch in all the political discussion is because TikTok and Twitch make it a reciprocal relation for them and make it available for them. After that, when you enter in their world, via Twitch, via TikTok, via somebody they know, somebody they trust. It could be a friend, it could be influencers. They could really give some attention to the political message. They could even, a lot of them are lukewarm to vote. So they are still interested. That was really the important part of the survey. Even if they are indifferent, even if they are feeling like fear or despair, there is still hope because they are always open to vote. So that's, but we have really to start from their concern, their entourage, and talk about content, about more than about political person.
So the willingness to vote is indeed a hopeful note that we can capitalize on.
Yeah, and then also have people that represent them. I think also have underrepresented groups in the parliament would be wonderful, because it will really work for German people, it will work for Portugal, it will work for Poland, it will work for all countries, but for these three countries particularly, are particularly high involved in this idea. Also to have more young people will work. People are expecting that.
Okay. Thank you very much so far. I'd like to turn to Corina, if that's okay. I want to try and learn a little more from your US experience. Now, we've heard from Martin, but also from other speakers, that European youth also need to be addressed on the emotional level. You've explained that perhaps political mobilization of young folks in the United States is greater than in the EU, in certain ways at least. Could that perhaps be related to the existence of a far more strong US identity, let's call it US patriotism, whereas in Europe we seem to be lacking a certain type of identity that could move young people as Europeans to partake in European elections?
The hardest question. So, thank you for that. Well, European identity in itself, it's still something that we're still building, right? So we see this through European programs like Erasmus. Whoever has written a grant here or run a project, you have to tick a box. How does the project contribute to the European identity and so on? So we are, and we have the conversation around Erasmus generation. So we really still build the European identity, and we see it across countries that it differs. Speaking about emotions, I think what really makes a difference is the fact it's the political system, the electoral system in itself. So you would have two-party system in the US, and the narrative is more polarized. And I think also that translates to, people feeling stronger for a party or another, and for some issues that are on a ballot, and voting for Democrats or Republicans, then it's really the stakes are higher, which I don't think it's necessarily a good thing, because at least in Europe, having multi-party systems, you can have more bridges for dialogue. You can have a more nuanced political conversation. However, why do we focus specifically on bridging these, experiences in 2024? Because as we know, elections are in Europe and in the US, and I think it's important for young people to have shared lived experiences around electoral participation, because what it does, it makes you question the system, and it makes you question, okay, does it really work for me? Does it really work for everyone? How can I make it better? And when you come with this experience and you understand that you can improve your community, I think that's an added value.
Excellent, thank you very much. I'd like to move to another clip that we have already, which is by the mayor of Saint-Omer, who was elected in 2021 as best mayor of the world. Could we play that video? You will not be able to see all of it, but you'll be able to, I hope, understand what is said.
La deuxième raison, c'est pourquoi vote-t-on? Et c'est là où je vais peut-être venir tout de suite à la question de la jeunesse, parce que...
The two center speakers to maybe stand up so people can see the subtitles. Maybe we can start over. Apologies for the inconvenience. I love how you're sitting, Ivana. All right.
La deuxième raison, c'est pourquoi vote-t-on? Et c'est là où je vais peut-être venir tout de suite à la question de la jeunesse, parce que pour moi, cette question-là est une question où, pour moi, l'Union européenne, le niveau européen, a une chance supplémentaire par rapport aux autres niveaux de gouvernance. Parce que très souvent, les décisions que nous prenons au niveau européen, ce sont des décisions que nous inscrivons dans un temps qui est un temps long. On se donne des objectifs pour lutter contre le climat. On se donne des objectifs à plusieurs années pour transformer l'industrie automobile. C'est un temps long et nous devrions pouvoir expliquer que c'est un temps long dont la jeunesse sera finalement la génération qui pourra garantir finalement que ces délais ne bougent pas. Et on sait exactement ce à quoi je fais référence, notamment sur le 2035. Et que c'est la jeunesse qui a intérêt finalement à peser dans la composition des institutions pour pouvoir faire respecter les décisions qui sont prises par ceux qui ont précédé les candidats qui vont être élus aux prochaines élections. Et donc il y a une responsabilité, je pense, de la jeunesse dans la mise en œuvre des décisions de temps long qu'on ne rencontre pas dans d'autres niveaux de gouvernance, dans d'autres niveaux politiques. Et malgré tout, on peut s'attendre à une forte abstention de la jeunesse. Et plus forte sans doute encore au niveau européen, des élections européennes, qu'à d'autres niveaux, alors que ça devrait être l'inverse. Et donc, pour terminer, c'est ma conclusion, c'est est-ce que nous devons aussi, déjà je pose une question, communiquer sur ce que signifie comme risque l'abstentionnisme? Est-ce que notre communication doit rester uniquement sur le champ de l'utilité du vote, ou est-ce que, à l'instar de ce qui se passe dans certaines élections nationales, hélas, 3 fois hélas, mais finalement la communication se fait beaucoup sur ce qui risque de se passer si on ne vote pas aux élections. Ça n'est pas la solution qui a ma préférence, mais je me demande si nous n'en sommes pas arrivés à ce point-là. Voilà, et j'ouvre simplement la question. Merci.
Excellent. I'd like to actually zoom in at the final idea, which is the idea of what happens if young people don't vote. And there's a suggestion here, instead of talking about how great Europe is, etc., all these positive things, maybe approach it from a negative campaigning point of view. If you don't vote, then this and this disaster is more likely to happen. What is the opinion of the panel on this? Very briefly, please.
I think the democratic model as we knew it, as I already said, needs to change. We need to go more digital. We need to go more grassroots in digital, because in a lot of these panels, I was challenged with the thing, yeah, but it was always like this, you know, old people, young people. No, this time is different. This time we live in a digital world of, you know, global connectivity and global equality. Digital economy enabled that a 15-year-old hacked the biggest telecom in the world, that a 16-year-old makes more money than all of us in the room will ever make with all, you know, abilities that we have.
Well, so, you don't know yet.
So it is different. So if we have still people from business, not so sure, anyone from the business here, raise your hand, still alive and kicking, just 3. problematic. If the people, because who will work for you if you don't listen to the panel about your future? So, it's your responsibility to go into community, to work with them, to explain them what's a civic participation, because you will have your employees who will be anti-systemic. Maybe that's the new world that is coming, that it's not important for you that your employees are anti-European and anti-systemic. Maybe that's the new future of the work and the businesses. But all of you in the room need to think about the time that we're approaching or we are living in at the moment.
Thank you, Ivana. Carolina.
If I may, I really appreciate this last point about communicating not only the usefulness of going to vote, but also the risk of abstentionism. If I may echo a message that really resonated to me yesterday, was that if you don't vote, you live in someone else's democracy. And that is the risk that we need to communicate. If you really want to change, we need to go to vote. Otherwise, we will have a parliament that is not equipped to fight for the causes that we believe in, and we live in someone else's democracy. And as we said, the European Union, all the institutions, have the opportunity to shape the social, political, economic, cultural outlook of Europe for many years to come. It really has the opportunity to shape and take long-term decisions. So young people need to understand that this has a real, concrete impact on their daily lives. If they don't go to vote, it risks having a parliament that is not only not elected by them, so this is problematic in terms of democratic legitimacy, but also has a negative impact on their daily lives, and they cannot do anything about it because they have not voted.
Excellent, thank you very much. I'll now move to the room and see, are there more questions and comments at this point? Raise your hand if that's the case. Okay, there's 1, 2. We'll take those and then we go to the next section. Introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to be brief. Romain from the French Trade Union for Sourrière. Thank you very much for all your presentations, really interesting, and for the panel and the discussions. Quite quickly, just maybe to echo the point that was shared on the issue of the youth quota. I think it was a really interesting point, and quite echoing also the perspective from the young workers, and it's also brings the question about the more inclusiveness of our movements, and that's where the European Trade Union movement adopted this year during its Congress a youth quota as well, where technically it was to make sure that young workers are also duly represented in the European Trade Union movement, and that way it echoes rightfully what you said. Maybe to come back to the question, and because of course I'm a French trade unionist, I cannot resist the urge to speak about the French pensions reform, but thanks to you, I have an excuse to do it. But yeah, it was really interesting to see your video, and I think you quite showed the strength of the movement at that time, especially involving the youth, where technically it was also giving hope to the youth that their actions could mean changes. But maybe I have a broader question for you, because in the end, we managed to mobilize the youth because we also spoke about the issue of intergenerational solidarity. And I think it's really interesting also to always have the youth organizations in mind, speaking with them, but still we have also to convince the oldest generations, as that's where the international solidarity may be an interesting argument in terms of communication for the next European elections.
Okay. I'll give this question to Nika, because you talked about having these two groups work together. No, go ahead, please. And then we have the question there.
Like how these two groups work together, like it always happens really organically, but I'm quite allergic sometimes to the fact that we think that if we will just have more young people in politics or more women in politics, that everything will be better. I don't agree with this, and I think that this is often a reason for disappointment, and then that less people comes later on to the elections if they don't fulfill what they basically promised. I think content is the key. And the key is that people stand up for values that show solidarity and that understand the topics for which they are standing. And like I can only speak about my experience, but like we did a lot of campaigns where we worked with trade unions, with NGOs, with Christian NGOs, with elderly and with youth, only because like we managed to say, put our egos aside and work with content. And suddenly you realize that a lot more people are willing to join than if you are closed in your own bubble.
Just if I could add something, I think it is true, but to a certain degree, it is also, I mean, I'm advocating for youth quotas, so I want more young Europeans in the parliament. But this is to say that like the risk of today's situation and circumstances, risk of leading to actually intergenerationally unjust policies, because current MEPs with average age over 50 years old have lived at a different point in time. They were teenagers, a lot, like when social challenges were and economic challenges were very different from today's. So, I mean, yes, there can be alliances between the young people and the older people, but this cannot mean that the young people cannot be represented in parliaments.
So perhaps there's a synthesis between what the two of you are saying. In order to have better substance, better representation is required, because young people will simply better understand particular matters that matter to their generation.
Yeah, if I can just add upon what Allegra just said, ideally, of course, quotas wouldn't be required. The reason why we propose quotas is specifically to address this issue, but ideally, people wouldn't need quotas. Young people, ideally, should be able to run just like everybody else. And this is really the problem. In Italy, for instance, there's a very large body of literature that talks about youth, also as Carolina mentioned, as second-class citizenship. Youth has a second-class citizenship. So that's the issue, really, that quotas want to address. And also, I wanted to build on what you said about expectations, because, of course, young people go to vote, and then the candidates are still older than them, maybe. As Allegra said, maybe they don't understand fully their needs. And the point is that this may discourage young voters to go vote again the next election. I guess probably political campaigns should also address this, how to manage the expectations of the voters, specifically when we're talking about young voters, that it's the first time that they get in touch with the world of politics. Yeah.
I just want to say that, I think quotas are important to give the chance and opportunity, and that we need them, but they are not, it's not certain that if you will get those people to the positions, politics will be better. I also think that youth often votes for far right. They are the ones who elected most of the authoritarian regimes. It's not their fault to do this. They did it because of the bad economic conditions, precariousness, no apartments and no future, and just people take what they see as a hope. So I think that it's just here, it's a big complexity, and I think that so often people make a mistake and really big injustice to the young people when they see them as a quick solution, like we will bring the youth and then they will fix it, or when they just blame them for everything. But in reality, I also think that most members of parliament who are young and people in positions, they are not taken seriously. They are mostly just the check on the paper, and they are covering the youth topics, not the real topics. And I think these are all the things that we need to challenge.
Excellent.
So I'm standing with you totally.
We indeed need to avoid tokenism applied to young people. Thank you very much for this nuanced discussion. Daniela, could you please approach me for a quick deliberation while I'll give the floor to the gentleman in the middle. Please introduce yourself and tell us what your question is.
Yeah, Dumitru Fornea. I just want to ask about intergenerational cooperation between young people and elderly people, to say in a way, because sometimes you have the need for for mentorship. The experience, the young people, they have the energy, the initiative, and so on, but the experience, it's key. So when we speak about quota, I wonder, only quota related to the parliament, or maybe it's very important quota with the institutions. Was a time when was an old guy and a young one. So always was an apprentice in the institutions, and many institutions has grown up in this way. Now we see this balance in this regard, and the institutions, they are not growing these young people in order to become reliable elites. You know, you have 30 years, you already knows what are the things, and you are not put in difficult situation. I think experience is important. So the quota, it as a concept, should be a little bit expanded to the entire institutions of the society in order to allow the people to go to the European level to play, to be real actors. Thank you.
Did the winners of the Future EU project think about this?
If I understood correctly, and I'm also going back to something that was mentioned yesterday, once you have a certain representation in the European Parliament, then it doesn't only affect what happens in the European Parliament, but as was mentioned, the Parliament then is gonna elect the Commission, who dictates how the whole the whole Union works. So once you have like a fair representation, it's not an over-representation, it's the fair representation of the young in the Parliament, then this hopefully reflects in how the whole European institution set is framed, is composed, exactly.
And I just want to add, as we had the biggest deliberative process in the European Union called Conference on the Future of Europe, and the conclusions which are connected to the youth policies stated and were adopted by Commission and by the European Parliament. One of them is establishing of youth councils, which means that youth councils should be advised about all the politics that have something to do with our future. But the body, which is that body that is governing us as a European Union, called European Council, so our prime ministers, national prime ministers and presidents who are sitting there, still didn't adopt it. So there is this kind of thing also that will facilitate the inclusion of youth in decision-making process, but we are still waiting for it, and hopefully, unfortunately, we will not, I think, have it by these elections, which is a shame.
I just wanted to answer you, like, in a sense that I think that sometimes it may be good that young people don't learn from people in these institutions. I think that, like, it's time to develop new ways of handling this stuff, and I think it's also great that sometimes we understand the experiences of others and we respect them, but sometimes we can say, no, we don't want to do it in that way, and we do it in our own way.
Yes, Nick, I totally understand. I totally echo you. And to be honest, we can look no further than the youth wings of political parties, which oftentimes they just perpetuate the same elitistic model of doing politics. And what we mentioned earlier is that it's important to look at the voices that we hear in society and how resources are redistributed. Because even if you look in this room or in the parliament or in whatever institution, we're all, white middle-class people. Where are the Roma? Where are the Muslim youth? Where are the black people, and so on? Because Europe is not only like this, and it's really a question of how resources are redistributed in society.
Thanks very much for the excellent discussion so far. I'd like to do the following, and I hope you still have some energy for that. If you could please group in groups of 4 or 5, whatever you feel is comfortable, and take a few minutes to discuss the following 2 questions. Maybe the key points that you take away from this discussion, share it with each other, and then question number 1 and question number 4, so the 2 questions in the middle you can ignore. I'm very curious what your answer is to the question, what can you do? So what can you do from within your own sphere of influence? If you are a business owner, what can you do as a business owner? If you're a member of a political party, what can you do as a member of a political party, etc. I'm very curious about your findings on question number 1 and the final question in groups of 4 or 5. please go ahead and I'll be with you shortly. And before you do that, give the panelists an applause and they will join you in your groups. So much knowledge. Yeah, we come back to the stick. So if you don't want to join, you don't. If you have energy, you want to join, by all means, it'll be really, really nice. If you want, if you have no time, you don't. I understand. Where we will be finished before 4 o'clock. So we're on schedule.
I don't know why. Okay. We could do it without it, so it would be finished
All right, we will conclude our breakup discussions in 1 minute and continue with the panel.
I'm going to send it back. So you have no comments about the research, right? You check it.
All right. I invite the members of the panel to come and take their seats at the front. If you come back in 1 minute, that's okay. I'll wait a few more seconds for those who continue the discussion with a cup of coffee to come back. All right. A number of the members of the panel are being interviewed, so they have been robbed by journalists. Never trust a journalist. I can tell you, I'm a journalist. Speaking of journalists, we have two journalists here. I'd like to ask you the question number 4. as a journalist, what can you do to contribute to a greater voter turnout?
Okay.
Maybe you can stand up so everyone can see you and receive an applause.
So, hello, my name is Boren Tobelem. I'm working for a French media called Toute l'Europe. And it's a media specialized in the European Union. We do a lot of pedagogy about the European Union and its functioning. And so what we can do, and in my media, but I think all journalists in various types of medias, is to explain how it works, how the European Union, the functioning of the European Union, because it's really complicated to be engaged if you don't know what is at stake, what you're voting for, what your implication in the process means. So, like this effort of pedagogy of what it is all about and what is at stake is, for me, very important, and that's the role of the journalists from my point of view.
Thank you very much for that. I'll move to a next group. There's, of course, no time to get all of your key points on the table.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe to come back on a specific point. Yeah, for the discussion that we had, technically, we mentioned our diverse experience, and as a key point that we took from the discussions was the idea of bridging the dividing gap between the generations and making sure that, of course, there is an open dialogue while we still, for example, support innovative solutions, but still building on existing tools that we can have as well. For example, for social partners, it was the issue of social dialogue. We mentioned there was a journalist mentioning how they can also act through their daily work and target and reach young people as well to make sure that their concerns are also heard. And of course, there was also the issue of inclusiveness within institutions and our movements.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I hope the discussions you had in the smaller groups will help the key points that came forward in the panel stick better. Here's a business representative. Introduce yourself and what could businesses do?
Yeah. Edoardo Monari from Italy, from Confindustria, is the main Italian association of industry. I don't know if the takeaways are shared by all the groups, but from what I get in this conference is that there's no one-fits-for-all solution, and we are all called as communicators to develop, to craft our own tools and to put together all the valuable insights and information we received in these 2 days and to develop our own tools and in order to reach our audiences, minds and hearts, hopefully. Thank you.
What's the unique contribution that businesses could bring to the table?
Of course, businesses involved, employees and are part of our societies, are deeply linked in the society. So the wider audiences that a company, that an industrial association, that an economic actors can reach, it's super wide. And of course, we must always remember that European Union is born as a carbon and steel association in the 50s. So the very reason of European Union is economical collaboration to go beyond the rivalry and collaborate together.
Thank you very much for that. Now I turn back to my excellent panel. I'll give each one of you about 1 minute at most to give us your final thoughts. And I'll start from the extreme left, if that's okay. So in about 45 seconds, your final thoughts.
My final thoughts. It's been very intense 2 days. I think the biggest takeaway for me is diversity. The diversity of the participants to this conference, the diversity of the people who can take part to European elections and that can be candidates for European elections. And also, yeah, I really would say the diversity. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you very much. Corina.
So I would say that in 2024, 2 billion people will go to vote all over the world. So it's really the year when democracy is at stake, and it really matters what kind of narrative dominates, whether it's us versus them, or whether it's we have big problems to solve, let's listen to the people and let's try to solve them together. And I think it's our role to make sure that every vote counts and that young people in particular feel that their vote counts. And if we see that young people don't turn out to vote, coming back to the question earlier, I think we should also do the work of taking the responsibility and really asking ourselves why, because it's not enough to just say, you know, they don't vote, and so political parties maybe should not address them.
Excellent, thank you very much. Nika, send us away inspired.
I wanted to say that I think that we need to be really stubborn and insist on what we want to achieve. I just got the news 2 minutes ago that we won again. That time against...
Hold on. Let's find out what they won.
We were fighting for making social transfer equal with inflation in Slovenia, so to help the single mother students, high school kids who were doing this campaign with us. And we lost so many of the times on this 3 weeks journey of that fight, but at the end we won, because
When
I
you
have
say
a
we
feeling...
won, that's another referendum, or
Yeah,
what?
the parliament voted, and
Okay.
it was accepted without a single vote against. So what I want to say, and what is the lesson, is let's make politicians afraid, and let's use our voice to change stuff. And when people realize that they can do something, they come and they vote. So yeah.
Excellent. So politics of fear, but in our advantage this time.
Yeah, but fear of people who have the power. Yeah.
Ivana, your last brief thoughts.
There are various definitions of politics, and I think it's very important for all of us to acknowledge that young people want to participate more, but they just vote less. So one of these definitions of politics is the old slogan of the feminist movement that personal is political. And that personal is political as identity issues that we are seeing every day from the grievances of the young people are being expressed wherever you turn your head. So I think we need to reach out, to give hand to young people, to give them space and let them fight for their space, because what the colleague from France said, for me it was fantastic to see that in the front row of the fight of the pension reform in France was the trade union of high schoolers.
Okay.
So these are the examples that we need to learn from and open spaces for that. And I think, you know, the electoral participation will come because we need to think that today the vote of youth is in the hands of herd builders.
Allegra.
Just a quick remark. It's about, I think, one of the most important things that I got to think about is actually about the intergenerational gap and the fact that we cannot think about youth in a silo thinking way, but rather you need to connect to older generations as well, because they are currently the ones that are in power and that have the political power. And if we don't lobby for them to actually change the current situation, we won't end up having more young people there.
Excellent remark. Benedetta.
Yes, so I think in these 2 days we have seen so many initiatives on how to reach, more people, get them to vote. But I think some of the more marginalized groups, especially in the young, but the young is a marginalized group, but especially in the young, in the youth, there is still more people to reach and to get to. And so I just maybe give an encouragement to find new creative ways to get to these people that still are feeling like they don't believe in the European elections and they don't think that it matters that they vote, but it actually does.
Thank you, Benedetta. I'd like to move to Martine, if she's still with us. Martine, your final 45 seconds. You're muted.
I think I'm more optimistic than in the beginning of the session, because there are a lot of connection between the expectation of the young Europeans and the ideas that you were talking about. And I would put a priority on feeling represented and feeling understood. So give effective power also to young people like quotas for the underrepresented, and also the interest for communities. That's very important. In all the survey we conduct for the moment, we work very closely with communities that are underrepresented. Minorities are becoming majorities, and we must take that into account. And the second idea that is very important is the simplicity. If for young people, if it's not simple, if you have a lot of barriers, it will stop with that.
Okay. Many thanks, Martin, and wishing you well once more.
Yeah, thank you.
Carolina.
So I have so many key points from these fruitful days of discussions. We talked about how fair representation and active participation go hand in hand. We talked about the youthquake, which is a term that I really liked from this morning. We talked about reminding the benefits of the EU, which is something that sometimes we take for granted and we only realize when we leave the EU. And we talked about why should you bother to go to vote, and which I think we made clear today. But if I may just remind, it's also important to make voting accessible. So in practical terms, always simplify and remind how, where, when you should go to vote, make it accessible, make it as clear as possible. So this may sound very naive, but I think it's the basis for outlining the importance of voting.
Excellent. Federica, Benedetta, Carolina, Allegra, Martin, Ivana, Corina, and Nika, and of course Katrina. Thank you very much for this excellent panel. Please, your applause. And I also thank all of you for your participation, and I'd like to thank on my personal behalf Laura and Daniela for the invitation to moderate. It was short but very exciting. And now to conclude our conference, I'm pleased to give the floor to Vice President Plosciano. Please welcome him.
Thank you very much for your patience and contributions. Dear colleagues, the truth is never pure and rarely simple. We have listened a lot of voices. Every voice is claiming her path of truth, but we need to understand by the end of the day that we need to create synergies. We are all zone politikon in a century of loneliness, where disinformation and fake news are part of our post-truth existence, fighting to keep our confidence alive in a peaceful, in a less polarized world. We do not have a one solution fits all member states, but we have several solutions for one single European Union. We need to empower our civil society, including, of course, the young generation representatives, and also to defend European values, European democracy, European way of life. And I want to mention that only employers or only employees or only civil society will not be successful. We need to generate synergies between us. I was telling yesterday that the most important office and the one which all of us can shoot and fill is that the office of a private citizen. I believe all of us have received a lot of information which can enable us to play our role in our communities, in our organizations, in our European neighborhoods. I should like to thank you all for your participation, and I should like to have your support in order to express our grateful recognition for the ones which have been directly supported this event. And I will start with some names, and I should like to ask the names which are in the hall to come and join me over here. I should like to express my thanks for Miroslav Hajnoš and Martina Širhalova. I should like to express my thanks for the Economical and Social Council of Slovakia, the European Labour Authority, the European Parliament Liaison Office in Slovakia, and also the European Commission representative in Slovakia. Also for the interpreters, the technical staff, everyone which have contributed to this. And also for the shadow team which had made this seminar from a project, a live event, and I hope a good memory for all of us. I should like to start with Daniela Marangoni, with Laura Lui, with Katrina Serifi, with Chantal. Chantal, please join us. Alexandra Brihai, Alexander Kleinik, Eva Hatchik-Plumley, Daniela Vincenti, Pablo Ribeira Paya, Jasmine Klodnik, and also Margarita Reis. Please, one round of applause for the participants and from your side, one round of applause for the organizers. Before starting the real weekend, let me inform you that in December we shall celebrate our 65th anniversary. So please have ourselves in your mind, not as persons, but as an institution. And secondly, I should like to tell you that in March, we shall organize, in the first days of March, a civil society week, which will encompass also an event which is called Your Europe, Your Say. I'm not by chance mentioning that because we need to have on that event, and Katrina, please endorse us, some of the voices which have been present today in Bratislava. So we are looking forward to cooperate for a better world, not only for us, but also for the followers. Once again, thank you so much. Martin, please come here for a special thank you.
A special thank you for Marcin Duchowski. Please join us, our cameraman. Thank you very much.
Marcin is the creator of our digital memory, and most of your faces and words will be on his material.